Hey everyone, happy Thursday. Hold on, y'all. Let me set up my other device. Give me 1 minute, y'all. Let me just set up my other device. 1 second here. Oh, let's see here. Let's set up this. Okie dokie. All right. I'm setting up my other device so I can read the comments from my other device. How's everyone doing on this Thursday? Yeah, we got snow here last night. The kids was delayed from school until 10. So we had some bad weather here last night. Yeah. Rebecca. Hello. Hey, Miss Cherry. Hey, Robert. Hey, Brittany. Brittany, check your inbox. Miss Cherry, check your inbox. Hey, Robin. Yeah, I just sent you something in your inbox, Miss Cherry, and I sent something to you too, Brittany, look at it. How's everyone doing? Never give a narcissist your power, narcissist life validation with a part of it. Absolutely, Robert. Everyone hit the like button for me, please. I would appreciate it. And I want to say thank you to everyone that engaged with me yesterday. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. Oh, yeah, I respond. I have no words. Brittany, okay. Gotcha, Brittany. Gotcha, boo. Gotcha. Hey, baby, how you doing, boo? I ain't seen you in a while. How's things going with you, darling? How have you been, beautiful? How have you been? I hope everything is going well with you. Brittany said, I don't got no words. Brittany is my girl. It's all good, Brittany. Brittany, I was just laughing, baby. It should be funny sometimes, for real. It just be funny. Hold on, y'all. Brittany, you is so funny. I love you. You funny. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. It's nothing wrong with that, baby. Sometimes we all do. And you know what, sis? That's why I take my breaks on weekends and stuff. So I ain't mad at you. I'm just glad to see you. Glad to know you're doing good. But it's nothing wrong with that at all. I'm never mad at nobody that needs to take a break or whatever. You know, sometimes it is what it is. Sometimes sometimes you just have to do it. No matter what, you have to do it. You know, for peace of mind. And that's how I look at it. Because I sure take my breaks on weekends, honey. No matter if I got something planned or what, I just like to take a break. And then sometimes I take a break throughout the week too. Shit, it is what it is. Wait a minute, hold on here. Okay. Hi, Cherry H. How are you? How are you doing? I hope you are fine. Happy Thursday. Well, y'all know yesterday we talked about narcissistic behavior, right? With these three people. Baby. You know we did. When you love yourself, you won't need that validation from the outside world. That's so true. But sometimes people need validation from other people because that's the only thing that makes them feel good. So they definitely does need it from other people. Denise, what's going on, boo? What's going on? What is going on, Queen? And you know, my link is always pinned on top. Whoever want to come up. Um, so yeah, we was talking about yesterday with the three narcissist content creators. We got Rose, we got Peach, and we got Brianna. They're all three narcissistic content creators running crazy in these social media streets, claiming everybody, blaming everybody for their behavior, their actions, and what they do and stuff like that. Just getting finished eating. I had a good salad for lunch. Stay away from me, Denise, because I had a salad too, girl, and it was good. Oh my God, it was good. Yes, I made it. It was so good, Denise. I had one too. So we was thinking alike today. Okay. We was thinking alike today. hmm Love yourself enough to know when you say, yeah. Some people don't love that stuff enough, Robert. Some people don't love that stuff enough. Now, for Peach, she did a class yesterday, right? Because she teach people a lot of things, new content creators about how to become content creators and things like that, what they got to do and stuff like that. So she had a class yesterday. Now y'all know this girl is a sick person, just like Brianna, right? We knows that for the ones that follow her. Okay. Now I told y'all she only uses her husband when she need him. So she needed him yesterday to watch the kids while she gave the class. She gave the class yesterday, right? After she got finished giving the class, she woke the man up and put the man out the house. This girl is a sick bipolar individual. Okay. She needs help really, really bad. Like she definitely really need help. I'm eating a salad right now. Okay. Well, we all ate a salad today. I love my salads. They're good. I love them. I love salad. Yep, that's what I had today. Um, have you all ever had pickled red onions in your salad? I had red onions. Yes, I never had. Um, I had red onions in my salad. It's good. I love red onions. hmm I had that before. I love red onions in my salad. Wow, D, are you serious? Yes, that's what she did. That's what I'm telling you. All three of these women is narcissists. They are narcissists. All three of them. No matter how you look at it. Donna, what's going on, boo? Yes, she did. And then the man was on the floor in the house sleep, right? She woke the man up and told the man, get up, you can leave now. The classes is over. See, when you allow narcissists to treat you any kind of way, that's what they're going to do. And like Denise was saying on my panel yesterday, Brianna knows she's not going to treat um, John Boy any kind of way. She knows that. But she wants to. She wants to, but she's not going to do that because she know John Boy ain't going to take it. He ain't going to take that abuse from her. Uh-uh. That man is grieving. Yes, he is, Brittany. That is so sad. That it broke my heart when I seen it today. I was like, wow. I Y'all, I can't stand narcissists. And God forgive me, Lord. But I despise them people. Them people is so evil. They got no souls. They have no hearts. They're big liars. They're very vindictive. I mean, they are just all around the table, y'all. They are very dangerous people. They are very dangerous people. And for her to even do that to that man, tell him get up. But I have a little video I'm gonna play for y'all in the mix of it. Um, um, but the man is grieving. He just lost his sister. I mean his brother. If I was wait a minute, hold on, let me get back to you. Robin said if I was Wood, I wouldn't help her. I wouldn't help her neither, Robin. I wouldn't help her neither. Because that's the way she's gonna keep treating him. Because a narcissist likes to treat you like that when they know you have nobody, you have nothing, you have no money, you have nothing. A narcissist does not want you to get ahead of them. They don't want you to make more money than them, get more than them. They don't want you to do better than them. And that's why she does Wood like that. Wood need to stand up now, be a man, and understand that you're not going to get anything by being with your baby mother. Okay? She's going to rag you, throw you away. When she needs you again, she's gonna come back and pick you up. Just like if Brianna can do that to if she could have did a little truth, she would have did that. But she couldn't do it because the truth was too powerful for her. Narcissists don't like powerful people. What's up, mother love? How are you, queen? They don't like powerful people like that. They don't. And if they find you in that way, believe me, they're going to break you down. If you're not strong to handle them, they're going to break you down. That's exactly what they're going to do. Thank you so much, Terry. You always coming through. Thank you, Terry. Appreciate that. So I'm going to play this a little bit for y'all so y'all can hear it. I know Denise will join soon when she finish. So let me just play a little bit of this. This lady right here is that's a licensed lady, licensed therapist. Okay, she's licensed.
Entitled to do so tend to be narcissistic. They tend to be vulnerable or covert narcissists where they don't necessarily come across as narcissistic by first glance, second
Put one in
glance,
the chat if
right?
you can hear.
And sometimes it can take many years before they show you how they feel about themselves on the inside. For a vulnerable narcissist, they tend to feel very entitled and
Facts.
very comfortable in their entitlements.
Facts.
But on the outside, they're doing everything that you would imagine. They're going to
Thank you,
church, they're
Robert.
volunteering, they're giving back to the community. They seem to
Now,
be
haven't I been telling
agreeable
y'all
and
this?
pleasant and engaged. But the reality is if you push that wrong button on the vulnerable narcissist, you're going to see that they're nowhere near humble. They're very entitled, very arrogant, very rude, and disregarding of the rights as others. They tend to also show dispositional anger. Dispositional anger and hostility is really like a personality trait. It's not a state of being, right? Like sometimes we can be in an angry state and we can get out of it. An individual with a dispositional anger, they tend to have angry and hostile feelings buried on the inside. And it's more of a, again, chronic pervasive patterns. It's more of a personality than it is a short-term emotional state that can change. Usually narcissists who feel entitled have dispositional anger, and you're likely to see that come out if you don't let them do what they want to do. Now, let me also
Haven't I
say
told y'all that
that
before?
research in psychology suggests that narcissistic rage is something that you are likely to see the moment you put down a boundary. It causes a narcissistic
Woo!
injury to their ego. And in order for them to kind of squash their low self esteem, squash their feelings of inadequacy, squash their thoughts of not being good enough, they have to get angry because then that gives them some kind of reason for feeling the way that they feel. And a lot of times their anger is displaced emotion because they
Hey, let's
don't
say,
want to feel
baby.
those feelings of inadequacy. So they switch over to hostility, and that kind of fuels their ability to stand up to those feelings of inadequacy that they have inside. So, what is going on with these people who cross our boundaries and don't seem to understand what they're doing and really don't care at the end of the day? We have to say that there's a fragmented, a fractured, or an adequate sense of self. Most narcissists who are vulnerable or covert, they don't want you to know what they really feel about themselves. They really do feel inadequate,
How
and
haven't
they
I been
try
telling
any
y'all
and
these
everything they
things?
can to sit on top. When you put a boundary down and they must respect that boundary, you're going to see the fragile and fragmented
Hey, Miss
sense of
Richardson.
self
Hey,
that
baby.
has been there all along. They don't know who they are. And they've only
Whoop,
tried to live
whoop.
up to this shell of a human being. They've tried to live up to this caricature, right, of a human being or some kind of image that makes them feel important. But at the core of who they are, they're very insecure. They feel very inadequate. That hostility and that anger that you see in response to a boundary is often a result of their fragmented ego. They have to safeguard their lies and also their deception, right? And most narcissists don't want you to know, and psychopaths, sociopaths, might as well add them in as well. They don't want you to know that they have to safeguard this part of themselves that they know is weak and vulnerable, they know is inadequate. They don't want you to know that. So they come off as angry and hostile because that gives them the energy and the motivation that they need to push back. There's also this creation of emotional exhaustion, right? You can feel emotionally exhausted just dealing
Hey,
with this
Brittany,
kind of a
baby.
person because you constantly have to tell them, don't do that, don't do that, no, don't say that, don't act that way, no, put that over there. And before you know it, you're basically raising an adult. And that can be one of the most tiring things, right? So they create this feeling of exhaustion within you. They also have a tendency to engage in a superficial and shallow communication with you. They're not very, you know, deep people who have depth to them, right? You look at them and they're just shallow. They know how to hold a conversation with you on the elevator about the weather. And that's as far as they're going to go. You know, they also know how to kind of scrape the surface and talk to you about emotions, but never delve deep into what's going on. And anger and hostility is kind of a way to intimidate others. But if you want to
Facts.
really get to the core of what's going on with these people, you will see that they are not who they are trying to be. The silent
Haven't I
treatment is
told y'all
something
that?
that
A lot
they
of things she's
also
saying.
tend to
I have
engage
told
in.
y'all.
When they feel like you're setting a boundary, they feel like they're losing control. And again, remember, these individuals are entitled. So you're taking something away from them that they think they deserve and should have. So they're likely going to display and exhibit the silent treatment. And that can be very exhausting for you. Your best bet, don't push back, let it be, let them be in that state over there, and eventually they're going to find out, I don't play your games. There's a lot of self-disclosure with these individuals. We call it excessive self-disclosure. They want to talk about themselves all the time. They want to give you, you know, pointers about their life. They want to share when they were at you know, a bad place in their life and was on skid row. They want to share these things with you because it gives them an edge that makes them feel like they're empowered, right?
Mhm.
And so if they can just talk about themselves all the time, you know, it kind of pushes you out of the equation and puts them out there as being these great people with this great life experience, you know? And if you're dealing with a dark empath who's very
I talked about dark
narcissistic,
empaths
you're
with
going
y'all.
to get the excessive self disclosures. That's just who they are. They try to build this emotional connection with you, and it feels forced. It doesn't feel natural. And so, you know, you may set your boundary and say, you know what, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Well, guess what? They don't care. They're going to come back to this conversation the next time you guys have an encounter. There's inconsistent behaviors. They don't know how to just be natural and authentic. So their behaviors are going to be all over the place. Their mood is going to be all over the place. There's going to be a labile mood with these kind of individuals. They also tend to engage in conflict when they feel like you are gaining the upper hand. When you put a boundary down, you're saying, I am here, okay? And I'm demanding this level of respect. And you're either going to meet that level of respect or you're going to get lost. And they don't like that because it's like an ultimatum. And again, they
Absolutely.
like to be in control. So if they're in control, everything is all good with the world, right? But the minute you start setting that boundary, they're going to be in an attitude of conflict. Keep in mind that all of these things attests to their character pathology, not yours. Let me say that again. Keep in mind that all of these things attests to their character pathology and not you. You're not the problem. They are. Their emotional intelligence is one way that they try to manipulate you. It's one way that they try to manipulate how you see them, how you feel about them, how much you're going to give to them. The list goes on. Their entitlement is the problem. Let's keep that in mind. Their entitlement is the problem. They run over your boundaries because they feel they have a right to do it. And if you try to put up a boundary and you try to stop them at the door before they step into your home and completely destroy it, they're going to be angry. Have you ever
Hmm.
seen an individual who gets angry in response to your boundaries? Sometimes they're even hostile. That means that there is a sense of entitlement at the core of who they are, and they don't like when you put up the boundary. That's how you know there's a character pathology, there's some kind of deeper issue here. And again, that's because they get angry and hostile in response to your boundary. There's no reason why they should be, right? Everybody has an equal right to put up a boundary. Everybody has an equal right to have their space.
Hey, Miss
But if you get
Davis, I love
upset
you,
when that
sis.
muscle is flexed, if you will, then there is a true problem here. It does not look good. Part of this is narrow mindedness. It's like the world exists for me, the world doesn't exist for you. And so, in that case, if you try to make it to where I can't do what I want to do, even though I recognize it's a bad thing, even though I recognize it's unfair to you, even though I recognize that this space belongs to you, it's wrong that you have flexed your boundary. And so, therefore, I'm going to get angry and hostile. I once had a family where a mother brought her son to me for psychotherapy. She would not only use his therapy time to go grocery shopping, but she would use his therapy time as a babysitting service. She would leave her son with me. He was 10 years old. She would give me an update, then ask me if she can leave the building, and she would go shopping. But here's what's scary about her disposition. She would be gone for hours. I'd have to leave him in the waiting room after his appointment. And I would tell him, go ahead and color, go ahead and get some snacks on the table. There's things here to keep you company. I would call her or text her and let her know his session is over. Please come back and pick him up. And she left him one day. One session, she brought him. She said, I'll be right back. I'm going to run to Target. She went to Target. She went to Home Depot. She went to Goodwill. She went to every store that she could think to go to do her weekly shopping. And she left him at my office for 2 hours. And here's
Wow.
what shocked me even more about the whole
No
encounter.
boundaries.
She did not have a regard for my time. She
Hmm.
did not have any compassion for her son having to sit for 2 hours in a doctor's office to wait for her to come and pick him up. She also didn't have any concern about his safety because he's in a doctor's office. Even though there's surveillance, anybody can do anything at any time, right?
Robert, the only
She didn't
only
have
therapists that know about
consideration for the other
narcissists and
patients
gas
in
and
the office
gaslighting,
who didn't,
they have to went
feel
to school for
comfortable
that.
sitting
Every
around a
counselor
little
and
boy who
therapist
was
don't know
simply
about
waiting for
that.
his mother, and
This
especially in a
one
doctor's
does.
office by himself with no adult in the waiting
I've been
room.
following her since
And
day
she
one,
also got
since
offended
I've
at
been going through
me
mine.
because I had to dial her phone number and demand that she comes and pick him up after an hour of him sitting and waiting on her. And the sad part about that whole encounter was she felt that she had a right to leave him for 2 hours. She also felt that she had a right to be upset with me for giving her a call to tell her she needs to come to the office and pick up her child. It was a disgusting encounter, and I actually dismissed the family from therapy because if this is the kind of behavior that mom is engaging in, it's no reason why he is angry like he's angry. And what am I going to do as a therapist in this situation? I can't protect him from this encounter, much less protect him and support him in other areas of his life. So these kind of individuals do these kind of things. And sometimes they also do what's called a boundary breach. They will breach the boundary that has been put in place and then ask you for forgiveness or somehow minimize their role in the whole thing. It's important to distinguish between a boundary crossing and a boundary violation. A boundary violation is you have completely ignored my boundary and you have done exactly what I've asked you not to do. A boundary crossing interesting is I'm going to cross this boundary just a little bit and be a little bit flexible. Let me also say that these kind of individuals who cross your boundaries and yet feel entitled to do so tend to be narcissistic. They tend to be vulnerable or covert narcissists,
Narcissist. Yeah.
where they don't necessarily come across as narcissistic by first glance, second glance, right? And sometimes it can take many years before they show you how they feel about themselves on the inside. For a vulnerable
That's fact. And
narcissist,
that's what I was
they
saying
tend
about
to
Peach
feel
yesterday. Look how long it took
very
me to find out who she
entitled
really was.
and very comfortable in their entitlement. But on the outside, they're doing everything that you would imagine. They're going to church, they're volunteering, they're giving back to the
Parent
community. They
having
seem to be
children is the
agreeable and
choice, and
pleasant and
just
engaged.
because
You
a
push that
woman can
wrong
have a
button on the
child don't
vulnerable
mean that
narcissist, you're going
them
to
a
see that
parent.
they're nowhere
Exactly, Miss
near
Davis.
humble. They're very entitled, very arrogant. They tend to also show dispositional anger. Dispositional anger and hostility is really like a personality trait. It's not a state of being, right? Like sometimes we can be in an angry state and we can get out of it. An individual with a dispositional anger, they tend to have angry and hostile feelings buried on the inside. And it's more of a, again, chronic pervasive patterns. It's more of a personality than it is a short-term emotional state. Usually narcissists who feel entitled have dispositional anger, and you're likely to see that come out if you don't let them do what they want to do. Now, let me also say that research in psychology suggests that narcissistic rage is something that you are likely to see the moment you put down a boundary. It causes a narcissistic injury to their ego. And in order for them to kind of squash their low self esteem, squash their feelings of inadequacy, squash their thoughts of not being good enough,
Hey,
they
Lisa.
have to get angry, because then that gives them some kind of reason for feeling the way that they feel. And stay tuned with me for my live chat on Friday and Saturday. We're going to talk more about this, but in a different way. I'll see you then. Bye bye.
So, y'all, this is what I was saying about Peach yesterday. You see how she going rages? And you see what she just said, what I had already said before, right? It takes a while sometimes to know about narcissists. It would take you a while to point out that you're dealing with a narcissist. And sometimes it could take you even longer if you don't even know about narcissists, like it did me. I mean, I didn't know nothing about narcissism in years. I mean, oh my God, I never heard the word. I didn't even know what it was until what happened to me, and I started going to counseling. Everything came out. So true, Robert. I have three boys, and I made sure I addressed that quick. I am not your friend. Kids, those days, talk to parents like they are their friends. Absolutely, absolutely. And you see what I was saying yesterday, when you try to set boundaries, or if your partner want to do something, or your friend want to do something, how narcissists going to rage. Now you see when Peach husband went to go to be with his family because of his brother's funeral. Y'all see how Peach went in her rage, right? That's all narcissistic behavior. Okay. You see when Brianna couldn't get her way with Robert, what happened, y'all? She went in a rage, right? She'll yank him up, throw juice on him. She would do all kinds of things to him. You know what I'm saying? All kinds of things to Robert. She had to go in her rage because of the simple fact she couldn't handle it. So narcissists will show you who they are. They will. That mask will come off, honey. They are very dangerous and toxic people. They are. And I'm just gonna be honest. Um, Same thing about Rose. Rose is the same way. She is the same way, you know? And a lot of this can come from, you know, too, who raised you. I mean, because you didn't wake up to just say, well, I'm a narcissist. You know what I'm saying? So it can, I mean, you can came out of a toxic family. Your family can be just toxic all your entire life. But someone in that family was a narcissist. I can tell you that. Okay. I can definitely assure you on that. Um, Peach, Bri, and a few others on social media are narcissists. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Prime example of what Robert was going through. Exactly. Exactly, Lisa. Exactly. They're very heartless people. They don't care. They don't. They don't care. Okay, let me anybody want to come up, they're more than welcome. And I mean, if you living in a family and the whole family is toxic, maybe about one person not, maybe one or two siblings is not, it's going to be hard for that person to dictate what is really going on in that family. The only thing a sibling or two siblings may know is just, I'm living in a toxic environment right now, not knowing it is toxic. And on top of it, you are in a dangerous, toxic, narcissistic family. Okay? Some people, they don't know that. They don't know that. So, um, yeah, you have to get with the right counselor and therapist, Robert, to know about narcissistic. Because every therapist doesn't know about narcissists. You know, all depends on, are you going to, that's what you want to go to school for? You know what I'm saying? To know about that, to teach people about that. You know what I'm saying? Every therapist don't know about that. Okay, so I'm gonna play a little clip of this one for y'all. Rose is the same way. Rose came from a toxic family, just like Brianna did,
I don't want to talk
just
about
like
it.
Peach did. They all came from toxic families. Somebody
Don't
in
want to
their
talk about
family
it.
was a narcissist. Period.
One moment you trust, the next minute you're dependable, or you're dependent, excuse me. You trust one minute, the next minute you're dependent on them, almost codependent. There's an inability to think on your own because you're so overcome with emotion. A lot of people struggle with the reality that relationships are not always what we think they are. There's a lot of people who don't want to believe that their family relationships aren't as positive as the world and social and cultural norms have told us that it is. I'm sure you checked onto this video, you clicked onto this video because in some way you believe that you can relate to this topic. In some way you feel that a relationship you've been in or a relationship with your family is extremely
Hey, Rebecca.
unhealthy. Traumatic bonding is the idea that you are going through intermittent periods of positive and negative, good and evil experiences with a particular person. In today's video, I'm going to tease and pull apart what this actually looks like, not only in a romantic relationship, but also in a family relationship. I'm Tamara Hill, and I am internationally and board certified as a trauma therapist. Let's jump in and get started on this topic. Anytime I have had to see a family for trauma, PTSD, complex PTSD, or some kind of family trauma that has caused relational issues within the family, the first thing I'm looking for is a repeated cycle of abuse and a
Absolutely.
repeated cycle of behaviors and thoughts and feelings that are being expressed within that family, because the reality is that a family operates as a system and a relationship operates as a system, right? You do something, they do something. It's a dance, right? It's like this back and forth dance. But when one person is dancing and doing all the movement while the other person is feeling betrayed and unloved and not cared for, then my question is this traumatic bonding that the person cannot walk away? There's
I said that
intermittent
yesterday.
harm that is also a partner to positive moments, right? So think of this, for example, traumatic bonding entails two individuals. Let's say your father is an abuser, and over the years, you've been confused about who he is to you. You've been confused about what he wants in relationship to you because he's so up and down, right? Over the years, your father has been labile in mood. He's been wonderful one moment, ugly the next. He's been trustworthy one moment, deceptive the next. And now you've gotten to a place in your life where you realize most of your relationship with your father has been up and down, but you can't walk away. You don't feel like walking away is the answer, and you remain connected to him, no matter what. It's almost like a spiritual, psychological connection. You can't break away.
Hmm.
Other people on the outside, however, may be asking you why, and you may find yourself having a hard time explaining why. Traumatic bonding really cements you to the relationship, and it keeps you from being able to step out. There are 7 stages to traumatic bonding, and if you haven't heard about them, here they are right here on the screen. There's trust and dependency, which is a stage that you most likely are going to experience, where up and down, right? And so it makes it really hard for you to believe your own thoughts, your own experiences. There's also a stage of resigning control. You just basically say, you know what, I'm giving up control. I don't get this relationship, and I don't think it's ever going to change, so I'm just going to learn to be okay with the way things are. And that's really, this stage is really a giving up stage. It's, I don't have the strength to fight, so therefore I'm just going to stay. The next stage is addiction to the ups and downs of the relationship, right? Remember that intermittent positive behaviors, negative behaviors, positive feelings, not so positive feelings, that layability that is in the relationship, right? That mood layability between the two of you almost get addicted to that process. And there's a neurological reason for that. The
Yes, she
the
is, Lisa.
chemical response to the ups and downs in traumatic bonding is oxytocin and dopamine. Now, dopamine has a lot to do with our pleasure and reward center in our brain, and so does oxytocin. So, if things are in the relationship where there's ups and downs and you're addicted to that, then more than likely your brain is responding neurologically and it's hard to get out of it. Right? Your brain has now become addicted to the process that your brain and your heart and your soul goes through in that traumatic bond. There's also a stage of love bonding and criticism, right? The criticism phase is the abusive phase, and the love bombing is the, I'm sorry that this happened, I'll never let this happen again, daddy loves you, mom loves you, I love you and can't live without you, right? It's that kind of stage, and it's up and down, up and down. There's also a loss of identity. This is the
That's what Peach
seventh
mother was
stage,
telling her, and that's
loss
what
of
Rose mother was
identity. You
telling
really
her.
lose a piece of who you are. And anytime there's a traumatic bond, it's almost like I'm trying to find the right word for it. It's almost like a coming together of identities, a fusion of identities. That's what I'm looking for. And that fusion of identity is what creates that loss of identity in you, right? Because if you're so traumatically bonded like this, then it's really, really hard to separate and feel like you are individualistic and you are independent. So you lose your personal identity. It's stolen from you. Now, what is traumatic bonding theory? You may be wondering what that is. So let's talk about that a little bit. Traumatic bonding theory says this, that there is a strong emotional attachment and bond built, right? Built in a sense where there is emotions involved, behaviors, and neurology, and the intermittent exchange creates this ball of confusion. Okay. And so it's basically a relationship of good versus evil, or good versus bad.
Hey,
There's
Erica.
psychological violence and there's psychological warfare. I'm going to put it that way. There is also moments of pleasure and moments of horror. You may be surprised at some of the things a person who's abusive will do to you. And there are also ups and downs in terms of the ability to recognize something's wrong here, and the ability to recognize, okay, this is a safe place where I need to be. So in other words, it's really hard sometimes for a person in this trauma bond to step out of it and look and say,
I
okay,
told
is
y'all
this a
that.
safe
It's hard.
space, or is this a space where I need to get out? So what happens to you in this whole thing, right? What happens? A lot of people, again, lose their sense of self. It's really difficult when you have a bossy, controlling individual taking over your life. And when they take over your life, you're just standing there, something's been snatched from you, and you're trying to figure out, how do I get it back? So here's what happens to you in this trauma bond. You not only become
Brittany.
susceptible to further abuse and manipulation, but you also may struggle with finding your own voice. And when that happens, you fade away into the background and you just become like a maid. So you may find yourself justifying through empathy and shared experience. You may feel like my mother had a terrible upbringing. She was traumatized by her father who sexually abused her, and so was I. She didn't like her grandmother because the grandmother was an alcoholic and not present, and so do I. I feel lonely every day of my life, and my mother told me that she feels the same way.
Okay, now let me stop that. What did I just tell y'all? Well, what I've been telling y'all. This starts from the parents, whether it's the father or the mother. Did you hear what she just said? I told y'all. I told you. This don't just start from the kids that the mothers had. That's why I said this didn't start just from Rose. This didn't start just from Bri. This didn't just start from Peach. This started from their mother, or their mother's father. Somewhere down the line, this started. And it became a family dynamic. Period. That's how it started. And if you watch some of Peach's lives, Peach would tell you how her grandmother and her mother treated her. Okay. Now Bri ain't gonna never come out and say what really happened in her family, in her childhood life, who hurted her. But she was hurt. She was definitely hurt. No ifs and buts about it. The girl was hurt. People can say what they want to say. They can spin the narrative how they want to spin it, but I'm not stupid. Okay. I'm not educated like this lady right here, because this lady here, I was following her from day one when I started going through my domestic violence. That's why I know about her, and I always was in her chat asking her questions about different things, right? So I've been following this lady right here for quite some time, okay? And I told y'all I was in a lot of groups and stuff. So that's how I picked up and started learning a lot of stuff. And I was also in counseling in therapy that she knows about narcissists and all the gaslighting and things like that and the dark empaths. That's why I know so much about it, because I was studying this stuff. Okay, so this just didn't start because you was born and you grew up and you was this way. No, this started way before you was born. This started. So let's finish listening.
And so then what happens to you? You start to feel empathy building up in your heart for your mom. And so what do? You become kind of susceptible to further abuse in that trauma bond, because now you feel like you have
Miller
connected
and
through shared
Peach, they
experience
all
and
got
empathy.
their
The other thing is
about
traumatic
narcissist
bonding
behavior.
almost
Exactly,
throws
Brittany.
you into fight or flight system. It throws you into what's called central nervous system dominance. And when you're in that mode of existence, it's really hard to figure out which way do I need to go. Do I need to stay in this relationship and deal with it and suffer, or do I need to escape this relationship so I can have the freedom and the health
Hey,
that
Lisa
I've always
Oaks.
needed, right? But when your brain is so overwhelmed with stress hormone, cortisol, and your heart is pounding and your soul is hurting, and all you want is for the relationship to work, and that other individual is not allowing that, you can get kind of lost in that fight or flight mode and just completely give up and shut down. You also may self-blame and self-sabotage, right? Maybe there's opportunity for you to get out of this trauma bond, but it may be a little difficult for you to figure out how to do so. So what do? You self-sabotage. You do something that makes it difficult for you to move out of this situation. You also self-blame. It's because of me that this happened. It's because of me that we broke up. It's because of me that I want no contact with my mother. It's because of me that my dad sexually
Yeah, I told you,
abused
started
me.
blaming
It
yourself.
makes better sense sometimes to blame yourself than to
Yep.
blame the other person.
Yes.
Because in your mind,
Because that's what
there's
I was
almost like
doing.
a cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is this: that I see my individual, your mom, your father, your grandparent, your sibling, your relationship partner, as a
She
good
wasn't my
person.
counselor in
There are some intermittent moments of pure
real life,
pleasure
but
and
she was
happiness.
giving me
I
tips
can't
and
seem to
advice.
marry that
She's a very
identity
beautiful
with this
woman.
identity over here that says they are evil, controlling, manipulative, triangulating, and completely callous. They don't care what happens to me. It's hard for me to marry those two. So, what am I going to do in my mind? Because it's easier. I'm going to drop the ugly view of this and I'm going to uphold the good view of this for as much as I can. And that means that I'm not going to go anywhere. So, I'm going to self blame because it's all my fault in the first place. The other thing is psychological warfare. If you find yourself really battling what that person has said to you in your mind, and it's hard for you to push some of those thoughts away, you're in psychological warfare. Also in spiritual warfare when it comes to traumatic bonding. It's hard sometimes to take your broken heart and move on. So you stay in the relationship
Woo-wee.
because for your heart and your mind, you may feel like it's too much work to find a better situation. It's too much work to get out of this.
Absolutely.
So I'm just going to stay right here. There's also what we call cognitive distortions. Those are skewed ways that we look at situations because that's our automatic response to them. So an example of this would be, let's say, for example, your sibling who you're in a trauma bond with because you became the parent of them at a young age, right? Your parents were substance abusers, so you had to be big sister, big brother, and take care of your sibling. Okay, so this is your family dynamic. Let's say at 20 years old, your sibling has decided to go out on the streets and do what your parents did: sell drugs, do drugs. The list goes on. Instead of seeing the situation as, this is my brother's choice. He's decided not to go the way I'm trying to take him. The only thing I can do is give him my advice and move on. Tend to self blame. And so you have what's called a polarized view or a black and white view, right? And it may be something like this: if my brother's a drug addict on the streets, it's my fault. If my brother doesn't find his way and get a good job, it's my fault because I was the one that was supposed to raise him. The reality is that mostly everything in this life is not black or white. There's some gray, right? There's always a but, an if, a what if, right? Dot, dot, dot. There's never just a black and white reality. The gray part of that reality may be, I've done the best I could in trying to guide my brother, but I have to let him make his own decisions. That's the gray. But instead, the cognitive distortion is black or white. He's failing because of me. So you want to be mindful of that. A traumatic bond entails cognitive distortions. It also entails this dependency or this dependent personality disorder, right? You kind of become dependent on the other individual in that trauma bond because you emotionally and psychologically and spiritually have developed a strong need of them. You kind of get into this mindset of, I'd rather have this traumatic bond because nothing else may be available for me. At least I'm loved. At least he's fighting for me. At least my mom cares about me. And so you kind of throw in this excuse to help yourself engage in what is a very confusing and perplexing psychological reality, right? And so it's easier to say, well, at least I'm fill in the blanks, right? Loved, cared for, paid attention to, spoken for, the list goes on. Check out my videos right here on traumatic bonding from the past. I think you're going to get a lot of information from them. And join me on Fridays and Saturdays.
Yes, y'all. I always join her on weekends. She's a great lady. Very great lady. Okay. But I said before, and I'm going to keep saying this, this did not start from Brianna and them as an adult. This started from their childhood, no matter what. I don't care what nobody say. People can spin the narrative around and say what they want to say about Bri and try to make Bri look good, but this started from Bri's childhood. Okay? This started from Peach's childhood too. Peach is out of control. She is out of control. She don't like boundaries. Okay? She like things that make her feel good. She have no empathy for other people's feelings. All three of them. All three of them. They're very big liars. Just like Bree sat and lied on Robert the other day about he's trying to take pictures of her baby. You know what I'm saying? These are very dangerous people. You know, these people, you gotta be careful of them. You just gotta be careful. So I mean, I just don't understand them. Okay, this is a good one. This one here is said, why some people go no contact with a narcissist and a black empath. And I was telling y'all a while back about black empaths. Black empaths is that's as dangerous as a narcissist. Okay, they can be just as dangerous. They are very evil, low down, disgusting people. Also, they are not good people. But narcissists and empath, dark empaths, they definitely clinch on to empaths like me. They definitely will do that. Okay, so if I start to feeling like something is not right with a person, I would definitely back off a person. That's just how I am anyway, because I just feel like something ain't right. I don't want to get caught up. I don't want to see who you are. Show me the first red flag, and I'm just gonna, be gone. You know, that's just me.
The other day, I checked my bank account and froze. Multiple charges for over
And all
$200
three of
and
those
more. Turns
content
out I
creators,
fell
they
victim
all
to
three
a
need
phishing
help.
scam.
You know, a lot of people say that the holidays is one of the most depressing time of the year for them. It's really not a surprise for me as a therapist, and it shouldn't be for you either, that there are a lot of people that just simply don't want to do Christmas, Thanksgiving, and even New Year's. Something happens to most people around the wintertime. And while it could be seasonal
Man, you
affective
gotta
disorder
understand
or
sometimes
something really
narcissists, they
sad,
don't like
it could
holidays,
also be the
birthdays. They don't
fact
like
that
stuff like
you're
that.
not only being,
What's a dark
forced to
empath?
change your
They
schedule,
got
forced to deal with the
qualifications.
dark.
They have qualifications as a narcissist, but they are worse too. But they run neck to neck together. But yeah, they are very dangerous people. So a lot of people, when you hear like, oh yeah, dark empath, I don't know why people think dark empaths are good people, because they are not good people. They are just as evil as a narcissist. They will do the same thing as a narcissist would do to you. But she will break some of this stuff down about dark empaths also. I know about that because of my counselor, and I read up on a lot of things like that. Oh my God, they are so evil people. And being that they are dark empaths, and if you are an empath, they will connect to you quick because y'all do have some connections, right? Because y'all are both empaths. But the difference is you are a empath and they are a dark empath. So they do connect with empaths very fast. So you have to be careful about that too. Okay.
Darkness and the cold nights. But now you're also forced to figure out, do I want to hang out with my family during the holidays or do I want to avoid them? A lot of us just decide to avoid, and that isn't always the best decision. So, in today's
Yeah, Miss
video, I'm going
Davis,
to talk
do
about
some
going no
research on it.
contact. And although this is not my number one recommendation, I recognize
That's
most
why
of you have
BB's
probably gone no
sister
contact and you
is
don't know
on
how to
her dad's
navigate
side
the
of the
holidays.
family
But before
wants
we
nothing
jump
to
into
do
this
with
topic,
her.
let me briefly
Her
introduce
other
myself in case you're
sister
new to my channel.
is
My
on the
name is
dad's
Tamara.
side.
I'm
She is a
internationally and I'm
golden
board
child.
certified as a trauma therapist
Absolutely,
and
Brittany. I
licensed
said
in
that
mental health.
before.
I
Yes.
specialize in treating children, teens, and families,
Facts.
as well as adults who are dealing with trauma and
Facts.
life
You couldn't
transitions
say it no
before
better.
then. There's something known as aim inhibition. Aim inhibition. Let me go ahead and put it up on the screen for you right now. That's basically the idea that you're going to accept an altered form of something. You're going to accept an altered form or something. Let me give you an example of this. Now, let's say, for example, your family has never really had Christmas, they've never really been together on Thanksgiving. And so you kind of desire that, right? You say that you're going to have your own family, have a wonderful Thanksgiving and Christmas, really be all in for your family. Let's say you don't have an opportunity to do that. Maybe it's because you couldn't have children or you don't have children right now, or maybe you were married and now you're getting a divorce, or maybe you can't find anyone who's your fit. So what do you accept? Well, maybe you accept going over to your aunt's house, knowing that the person in the family that you don't like is going to be there, excuse me, and maybe you're willing to deal with that altered form of existing because there's no other way for you to go, right? There's no other way for you to get your need to have a warm, happy, loving family during the holidays, but your family. Even though, let's say, for example, you're very much no contact with your mother. You know your mother's going to be there, but because it's an altered form of what you really want, you're going to go with it. There's another way to see aim inhibition. Let's see, for example, you don't get a chance to celebrate the holidays with your brother. Your brother, you two have always had a tumultuous relationship. You never really felt that you guys clicked. Well, because you've desired
Yep, I
that
sure
holiday
did, Brittany. They
time
don't care about
with your
nobody but
brother,
themselves.
you're going to
That's
go ahead
it.
and have that holiday
Period.
time with maybe your best friend from work who's a guy, and he is going to be all alone for the holidays. So I'm just going to go ahead and do the holidays with him, knowing that I'm really suffering on the inside because I want to be with my family. Aim inhibition. There's also something known as dissociation and compensation. You know what dissociation is, right? It's really you. It's really you detaching from reality. You're detaching from reality because the reality is so painful, right? It's easier to live life.
Yeah, Robert, they don't care about holidays like that.
Rather than attached. Compensation is when you go overboard and you just kind of throw yourself in, right? And maybe that compensation is, okay, I don't have a family, but I'm going to go to the restaurant down the street and I'm going to invite all my friends and we're going to have a huge dinner and we're going to party all night and we're going to do whatever I want to do because I desire that family that I can go to for the holidays. Compensation, right? These three things are known as defense mechanisms.
Hey, Miss M, what's going on, baby?
In a little bit here. Dealing with family is challenging, right? Because you can't pick your family. You guys are related by blood, and sometimes you may be extraordinarily different, even though you're related by blood. I am that way in my family. There's lots of things that my family has done and they do and they say, and I'm like, okay, that's not my style. I have to detach, And so that's a normal process. But what isn't a normal process is throwing yourself back into a family that's unhealthy, throwing yourself back into a situation just because it's the holidays. I've had at least 10 clients come to me so far this year and say, I am terrified of the holidays because I've gone no contact. I've kind of detached from my family, and yet
He's talking to me
to
now.
be a part of
I
this,
was like
or
that.
I'm afraid they're going to reach out to me during the holidays, or what do I do if they send me a gift? What do I do if they send me a postcard or some kind of Christmas card? Do I respond? Do I not respond? And that's where I like to remind.
I found my perfect custom
She
lip
was
shape
talking to
thanks
me
to
right
Beauty
there
Genius.
because,
With L'Oreal Paris
hold
to
on.
show you their AI-powered personal beauty assistant. I asked for a lipstick.
All of my clients, I'm going to.
She was talking to me right there because every Christmas, right, my sister will call me and say she had a gift for me. And me being the person I am, I don't like holding grudges. I always felt like that was a way of letting her back into my life. And she would turn around and repeatedly to do the same thing to me again. This was every Christmas for years. For years, y'all. Okay, because my sister's a narcissist too. Okay, so let me just tell y'all that if y'all didn't know that. Okay, but some people that follow me do know that. So I used to be scared when Christmas come around because I didn't want her to contact me because I knew, excuse me, as soon as I get the gifts from her, and I didn't want to be mean and then take the gifts or anything, so I will always allow her to come back and bring me gifts. She will call me and say, oh, I'm having a family function. So she definitely is talking to me, right? And do you want to come over? I will come over there. After that, she would start treating me like I wasn't shit. She would start saying mean things to me. Like, this was me. This was definitely me. And this is what narcissist does. Okay? This is what they do. This is exactly what they do.
I'm going to remind you right here, right now, that there's a couple of things that you need to consider. You want to consider is this a situation where I need to be 100% no contact? Or should I be 50% no contact, and the other 50%, I can send you a card back, I can call you and wish you a Merry Christmas, I can send you a text message for Thanksgiving, right? So ask yourself, do I really need to be 100% no contact? And if so,
Brittany, I
why?
just cut
Can
her
I
off
justify
completely and I
this?
blocked her.
Or can I just be 50% no contact, be in and be out at the same time? The other thing that you want to consider is that being no contact.
One day, Brittany, she sent me some flowers to my house for my birthday because we wasn't talking again, right? So when I opened the card to see was it who it was from, it was from her, right? So I really didn't want to talk to her, but I definitely was going to text her to tell her thank you. But before I can get around to um texting her and telling her thank you, she called me and just went crazy. Well, she thought she was going crazy on me because I gave her the fucking business. Okay. And after that, she was like, okay, well, I won't say anything else to you. I don't like your attitude. First of all, you didn't give me a chance to say thank you. And I told her I was going to text you. Oh, no, when I buy you something, you don't text me. You call me. That's inconsiderate. Texting somebody. Brittany, I ain't even going to say everything I said because I don't even want to get back into it. But, you know, I did say some mean things to her and some harsh things to her because of the way she came off on me. But, at that time, again, I didn't realize that I had a narcissist sister. I did not realize that. I thought she was just an evil person. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know it went deeper than what it was. You know, when I went through my divorce and everything, that's when I, came to a conclusion. I started telling my therapist everything about her and all of that. And that's when my therapist diagnosed her too. She said, oh, your sister is a narcissist for sure too, just like he is. So that's when I came to, to grips of that. Um, because I just kept letting her back in my life. And that's what narcissists do to you. They buy you. You know what I'm saying? They do things for you. They buy you so they can get you back into their life because what they want to do, they want to keep harming you. That's it. They want you to pay for everything, anything, for not talking to them, not being around them, not going nowhere with them. Anything they can make you pay for in life, they will make you pay for it. And that's why I say Robert was smart for not going back this time to his marriage. Because if Robert would have went back, and I know this may sound kind of crazy, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, and I'm being honest. Okay. If Robert would have went back, things would have got worse in that marriage. She would have finished Robert off. I promise y'all, she would have finished Robert off. Okay. So let's go back to here. Remember when Robert was in the hospital and he had just came out of surgery, he was waking up from his anesthesia, how she sat there in that bed and asked that man what was his password to his phone. And he was trying to get it together and tell her, you know it. And she laughed about it. That was the demon coming out of her, y'all. She was possessed. She is possessed now still. She can get on her live and Brianna can say what she want to say, but Brianna is possessed. Okay? Peach Magatar is possessed. Rose is possessed. All three of those women are possessed. Okay? Look how Rose got her husband arrested and said she put him in timeout, okay, because she wanted that man to catch a charge because she knew that man wanted to become a police officer and she did not want that man to become a police officer because she didn't want that man to get to where he wanted to be. Narcissist does not want you to get a step ahead of the game with them when it comes to success, period. So I hope I broke that down good enough for you, Brittany.
With your family is a process. You're not going to just separate from your family
Auntie
and be
Strokes, what's going
absolutely
on,
okay.
baby?
You're going to have
I'm
some guilt.
glad you
You're going to
got
have some
away from
doubts.
them
You're going to have
people,
some
even
fears. You're
though
going to have some
it's family.
uncertainty,
Keep
right?
your peace
Because you
and
don't know if you
keep
made the
your
right
distance. Thank
decision.
you,
And that's
Brittany.
okay too. That's okay
Yes,
too.
Roy D, I remember
Every
that. Yes,
process
BB
is
is a
different.
crazy
When you go
person,
no
a
contact,
narcissist.
right,
Yes.
you may have this preconceived notion that no contact means stay separate from your family for a very long time, right? Don't go back, don't talk to them, don't accept text messages, just completely no contact. But you have to keep in mind that going no contact is a process. And maybe
Absolutely.
the first few steps of that process of going no contact is I'm not going to invite you over for the holidays, but I will send you a text message, right? So that's one process. The second part of that process may be, I'm not going to call you every single holiday, but I will wish you a Merry Christmas because it's the biggest time of the year.
Okay, Auntie
Right?
Strokes.
So it's a process. Keep that in mind. You're not going to get there just because you detach. Also, family estrangement is always a process and it is not always the answer. You've got to keep in mind that once you become estranged from your family, the dynamic shifts between you and your family. And it may not be easy to get back in and rectify things. It may not be easy to get in and ask for forgiveness or to forgive somebody else. Becoming estranged from your family, here's a thumbnail right here so you can go check it out on my channel. Being estranged from your family is an entire process, and it's good to know what that consists of. Picking and choosing what you participate in within a family may or may not be good for you. If you choose to go to somebody's birthday, but then decide to step out on Christmas, that may be a little odd. If you decide to go to a Christmas party with your family members and then skip your nieces and nephews' birthday parties, then that's probably going to be a little bit strange. It's almost like, in a sense, you want to consider it this way. It's almost like you're saying,
Yes,
here
you
I
have to go
am,
cold
and
turkey
then
with
no
no
one knows,
contact.
right?
Yes.
So it's like sticking your head out of the box
And you know what, Brittany?
and
Going
it's not
cold
always a smooth
turkey.
transition, right? So you want to consider that.
Okay.
Am I picking and choosing, and am I
Going cold turkey with no contact, it is a very big process. It's like weaning yourself off of drugs. It's like an addiction. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's like. Because you have to process this stuff. Because this is your friend you've been around a long time. This is your sister. This is your brother. You know? So it's a process. But in the meantime, you're going to hurt because you love them and you do want to be around them. Okay? But you don't like how they're treating you, how they talks to you, disrespect you. They have no empathy. You can't take that anymore, right? But the way you love your siblings or your mother or your friends, they never love you the same. Narcissist does not love the same as regular people. They pretend to love you. When you stop dealing with them, they're gonna go unhinged. Oh, what did I do to you? I didn't do nothing. I love you. You know I love you. I would do anything for you. I would do this. I would do that. I would give you this. I would give you that. I will walk a mile for you. That's just to gain your trust again, to come back into their life again. And they're going to treat you the same way. It's never going to stop. So when you go no contact, you're breaking that trauma bond. It's going to be a lie because it's like you coming off of drugs. You know what I'm saying? Because it was an addiction there. So yes, it's going to be hard, but you have to be strong and take it one day at a time, step by step. Because you have to let that narcissist know that you stand on business now. And I'm tired of you breaking my boundaries. That's just point blank, period. And then you got some families, they just can't work it out. It's best for all of them to go their own way because it's never going to be worked out. In order for a family to work out their differences when it comes to trauma, everybody have to go to counseling. Okay? So if all the brothers or the sisters don't want to go to counseling, if you want to say, okay, I want help for me because I'm tired of being the person I am, meaning you're tired of attacking other people because of your trauma that you endured or you're still enduring from other people in your family, because these other people are innocent people and you are hurting these people because of what you went through in your life with your family, and these people don't deserve it. So what I want to get help. My family don't want to get help, but I want to get help because I want to benefit myself. I want to be better. I want to love better. I want better people in my life. I want people to come into my life that I love them truly and they love me. Okay. So I want to take accountability for whatever reason, and I want to go get their help because I want to benefit me. So it has to be at least one or two siblings come and say this, because if it don't be done, it's going to continue to go on and on and on. That's what I'm saying.
confusing this entire no contact process. When you're going no contact, there's defense mechanisms. The first defense mechanism that I see when I am counseling clients who have gone no contact is what we call displacement. Displacement is I'm taking all my anger, all my hurt, all my pain, and my embarrassment, and I'm displacing it onto someone and something else.
Did I just say that? I just said that.
You at this time. Let's say, for example, your father's a psychopath. He has always hurt you. He's made you feel this small, right? He favors your brother instead of you. Well, let's say you go to this family Christmas party, Thanksgiving party, or gathering, I should say, and your brother is sitting there at the table giving you the evil eye, right? He's a narcissist, he's disrespectful, he's uncaring, he's not empathic, right? He's just a complete.
Her condition became
I
worse
just said what
after
she said.
Parkinson's.
You know, you don't want to keep going around hurting people because of your pain. Go get help for your pain. You have to. You can't hurt innocent people that has not been in your life and don't know about your pain. You just can't do. That's not fair. Hold on, y'all. Wait for this commercial to go. It's not fair to those people, and you're gonna end up finding yourself with no one in your life. You're gonna be by yourself at an early age, old age, and you're not gonna have no one in your life because you feel like you can hurt everybody.
So you see
because of your hurt.
Sitting at the dinner table, you might take your frustration and everything that you're thinking and feeling and displace it onto your mother, who seems to favor your brother, right? That's an example of displacement. It's something that happens a lot at Thanksgiving. So be mindful of that if you decide to connect with your family. The next is denial. Denial is a very strong defense mechanism, right? You may be in denial about a lot of things. You may not have fully processed your family, going no contact, family estrangement, how you're going to navigate being a part of some things and not a part of other things, right? So denial. The other thing is projection and rationalization. Are you rationalizing this whole thing in a way that makes sense? Are you being wise? Are you being stubborn, right? Are you being unforgiving? Just what am I doing here in this particular situation? Now, projection says, I feel a certain way on the inside, so I'm going to project it onto you. Your sister, for example, may be very narcissistic and arrogant, and it really just irks you and makes you angry, right? But for some reason, you have this strong disdain for her, right? There's almost hatred there. And instead of dealing with your own stuff, you take and project that onto your sister by saying, you've always hated me. You've always been jealous of me. You've never been supportive of me. I know you hate me, for example. That is projection. You're taking your own emotions and you're projecting it onto that other family member. There's repression and avoidance as well as a defense mechanism. Avoidance, I'm not going to deal with this. I'm going to act like nothing ever happened. I'm going to attend Thanksgiving and Christmas and then disappear after. Avoidance. Or repression. I'm going to go to this Thanksgiving dinner, but afterwards, after I've been hurt, offended, and the list goes on, I'm just going to repress all my emotions and act like nothing ever happened. These are not healthy ways to deal with going no contact or being estranged from your family or putting up a boundary with your family. It's not healthy. So I'm going to give you a few things that you can think of, okay? And these are ways that you can deal with this process. You can deal with, this experience that you may encounter over the holidays. The first thing that I recommend is that once you have set a boundary, hold the boundary. Don't move it. You've decided to go no contact. You haven't spoken to family members for months. You haven't emailed or texted anybody. It doesn't really make sense to do that during the holidays. I know for you, it might make sense, right? Because you feel like I should be able to send a text message just so that things are good between us. But think about it from that other person's perspective. I haven't heard from you all summer, all spring and summer, but now that the holidays are here, you're going to text me. And so that can cause some friction. So once you've set a boundary, hold it, don't shift it, because it also makes you look as if you're not sure about what you want to do. The other piece is identify your signature boundary. I always tell my clients that. My clients are like, what? Identify your modus operandi, identify your signature boundary, right? Is my boundary, constantly or perpetually porous, where, I constantly shift it, I move, I'm flexible, I never really hold the boundary? Or is my boundary rigid? Is it rigid where I'm just unforgiving, I'm angry, you did this to me, I'm done with you, right? Is it rigid, which is not a very healthy boundary? It's usually a boundary out of anger, right? It's a boundary out of being defensive. And you also want to ask yourself, do I have a healthy boundary where I hold my boundary until I'm ready to shift this, until I'm ready to engage with you. Be forgiving, but also still hold that boundary. You can forgive
That's
someone,
right.
but you don't
And
have to
haven't I
stay.
always
You can
told y'all
forgive
that?
someone, but you don't have to
I
spend Christmas
always
with them. You
told
can
y'all I
forgive someone,
forgive
but you don't have to be with
everybody.
them.
Right? I always say that I forgive everybody, but I stand 10 toes down on my boundaries. Period. If you don't like me because I stand on my boundaries, it's all well and good because I stand my boundary. My counselor taught me that because for years I didn't have boundaries. People ran over me. You know what I'm saying? So now nobody can get that from me. I stand on my boundaries. What I like, what I don't like, um, we can agree and disagree, you know what I'm saying, about certain situations. You know, if that's how you feel about it, that's how you feel about it. If that's how I feel about it, I'm going to respect how you feel. Please respect how I feel. So I'm going to stand on my boundaries. Don't ever let nobody break your boundaries. And if you don't have boundaries, it's time for you to get boundaries. Okay? Because that's where it starts from, boundaries. You have to have boundaries in your life. Okay? That's period.
Boundary. Don't move the boundary. I find that a lot of people who are going no contact, they move the boundary, and that's why they're never taken seriously. I would encourage you to do this as well. Just recognize that this is just one day, right? Thanksgiving is one day, Black Friday is one day, Cyber Monday, Christmas, New Year's, it's one day. If your family is harmful and detrimental, then take that as a sign that you need to move on or separate or put up a boundary or something, right? That this is just one day. This is a season and then it's over. Because what I see is a lot of people, they go no contact, they pull away or they put up a boundary, then they engage for the holidays and then they disappear come January. And it's a very confusing process for everybody involved, right? And it kind of builds more pain and rejection into the whole process, right? So recognize it's only one day. Focus on the truth of the holiday season and make it your own. You know, maybe you believe in Jesus Christ, maybe you believe in, Christianity or Catholicism and their concepts and values and morals around holiday time. Maybe you want to go volunteer for an organization that needs you, right? Make the holiday season your own. Invent new traditions. That's really what you want to do. Also, I caution you not to act out of anger, spite, or unforgiveness. It just doesn't go anywhere. You're wasting your time. And you're also making the holiday season difficult for you and difficult for the other person. Keep in mind, it's just not worth it. You separated for a reason, right? Or you've considered going no contact for a reason. And um, know that as you go through this process, you've got to figure out what you ultimately want, right? Do I want to be close? Do I not want to be close? Do I want to put up the boundary or do I not want to put up the boundary, right? Your goal this holiday season, if you've decided to put up a boundary with your family, go no contact, or if you're estranged from your family, use this season to figure out what it is that you want. What do I truly want out of this? And how do I make it my own? How do I change things for me? I often tell my clients this, that family can be everything to you, but family is not everything if they hurt you. And that to me is is the foundation of going no contact. Thank you for being in this video with me today, guys. If you want to get more videos like this, check this out right here. I talked about this before, and go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you want to get more videos like this. I'll see you in the next video, in the next live.
Tired of brands targeting you with products you don't need, feeding you the idea that you must change yourself to be better, to be perfect? You're not ugly, you're not broken, but you're being
Right? Because they're anti
Living with Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis often means spending hours at an infusion center. Envision being able to sell
a cold-hearted, callous, mean, and just manipulative devil. In the field of psychology, we rarely use those unprofessional and informal terms to describe a person who would do any and everything they could possible to harm you, to take from you, to manipulate and deceive you, and even to triangulate and create a lot of chaos in your life. In today's video, I'm going to talk about the dark empath family member, and for the purposes of this video, we're going to refer to this dark empath parent or family member as a predator. Before we jump in, let me just briefly introduce myself in case you're new to my channel. My name is Tamara. I'm internationally and I'm board certified as a trauma therapist. I'm licensed in mental health. I specialize in treating children, teens, and families, as well as adults who are dealing with trauma right in my private practice. Let's go ahead and jump in. You know, the dark empath family member is one of the most complex things that you could try to wrap your mind around. Nobody wants to believe that their parent is or their family member is a manipulative, dark, and evil individual. The way that I want you to conceptualize a dark empath is that they are cold, callous, manipulative, and they don't care what pain and sorrow they put you through. They just want what they want. For most of these individuals, they are dealing with antisocial personality traits. They are dealing with traits of a psychopath, and they are also dealing with traits of narcissism. So a lot of dark empaths may come across as very pompous, arrogant, rude, inconsiderate, and even downright self-centered, egotistical. It's all about them. But there are also dark empaths who have come from very unsettled pasts. Some of it could be trauma. Some of it could be growing up under a narcissistic parent themselves, maybe a manipulative parent themselves, maybe a father was sexually, physically, and emotionally abusive. Maybe they were bullied half their life. Or guess what? Maybe they were entitled to just about everything and became a manipulating, evil-spirited person. A dark empath is not a clinical term. It really is a pop psychology term, a term that came up in the space of lay people to try to categorize individuals who have these three traits: Machiavellianism, narcissism, and sociopathy or psychopathy. And these three personality traits really does allow an individual to exploit everybody that they come in contact with. They exploit their ability to cognitively empathize with you. Now, when we're talking about a dark empath family member, a parent, it's important to understand that there's something known as cognitive empathy and affective empathy. Now, affective empathy is basically this: I can put myself in your shoes and I can imagine myself feeling all of the emotions, the guilt, the blame, the pain, the emotional turmoil, the grief, the loss. I can feel all those emotions with you, and I emotionally can empathize with you. I understand you. That is a healthy level of theory of mind or affective empathy. For a dark empath family member or a parent, you're not going to get that. You're going to get what's called cognitive empathy. And that's when you can empathize based on what you know about a person. So an example of this would be, let's say your father got into a car accident. He lost his ability to see, and he also lost his ability to drive and his ability to walk because of a bad knee. Instead of you crying and feeling emotional because your father is going through all of this pain, and you can imagine the huge feelings of loss and grief that your dad is feeling, you talk to your father almost like a robot. You have recited in your past information and things that you have heard that sounds empathetic. And so now you kind of spit that back out at your dad, right? I know how you feel. I know it's really hard. Lose your ability to drive. It just feels like you've lost everything. And now you're at this age and, all this is going on. I know how you feel, right? It's not that you effectively understand him. It's you cognitively know what to say. You know what he wants to hear, and you know what other people have said. And so you've pulled from that and you've spewed that back out at your father. Okay. So that's an example of cognitive empathy. Now, because I did a video recently on diagnostic labels, which I'm going to post right up here for you, here's the thumbnail. you are likely to remember what was in that video. So let me highlight something here. Dark empaths can have what we call subclinical symptoms. And that means, here's the word right here on the screen. That means that a dark empath may not fit the full description of a narcissist. They may not fit the full description of a psychopath, but they have symptoms that overlap and they have symptoms that are problematic. So a dark empath is going to be cognitively empathic. They know what you want to hear. They know what they need to say to be socially approved of, right? That is not necessarily a clinical and diagnosable symptom or behavior. That's just a learned way that they have used to get around in the world. Okay. Now, they may have some narcissistic features, but they may not meet every diagnostic criteria for narcissism. Some of the things that you will see in dark empaths, though, include arrogance and pride. You're also going to see selfishness. And then you may also have some callousness in there as well. And they're very unemotional. They're all about themselves. As far as psychopathy goes, you're probably going to see antisocial behavior, impulsivity, recklessness. They're unemotional as well, and they are very self-centered. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to walk into a therapist's office and get the diagnostic label of a psychopath, right? Or someone with antisocial personality disorder or narcissism. So you want to keep that in mind. Just because your family member, your parents may fit the description of a dark empath doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to come out with that particular diagnosis of narcissism or, of a psychopath or an antisocial person. Now, the symptoms of narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy can overlap. Now, let me highlight what Machiavellianism is. It basically is this: it's exploitation. You basically have learned how to emotionally extort and emotionally manipulate everybody that is in your life, right? There is this lack of interest in other people. You don't really have an interest in getting to know them. You don't really have an interest in protecting their emotions. It's all about you. You exploit others to get what you want. There's also this lack of morality and Machiavellianism, right? You don't go by values, you don't go by ethics, and you certainly don't go by morals. They don't exist to you. You do whatever you want to do. I remember when I was like 5 years into my career as a psychotherapist, I remember seeing an 11-year-old girl. She had been taken to foster home after foster home after foster home, finally got into an adopted home and was loved and paid a lot of attention to. Her dad, was the owner of several businesses, so they were very financially well off. Instead of her blending in with that family system and adjusting in a healthy way, she began to set things on fire in the backyard. She began to threaten certain family members. By the end of 2 years, the adopted parents were locking their bedroom drawers and doors. They stopped buying her extra things that she didn't need because she was going around the neighborhood selling them for more money. She was just 11, by the way. She was very inconsiderate. There was no boundary for her. Unfortunately, she even sexually came on to her friend's father when he and his wife divorced. Again, she's 11. So an individual with traits of Machiavellianism, right? There is no morals, there's no ethics, there's no boundaries. And that is the scary part. So what will you see with somebody like this? Well, let me just start off by saying you are likely to see what's called a moral disengagement. They're not going to be connected to their values, their morals, the morals of society, and the morals of their culture. The attitude that they carry around is that morals, ethics, and values don't relate to me. And so you're not going to get a person who's going to respect a marriage. You're not going to get a person who's going to respect your individuality. You're not going to get a person who respects your religion. All of their moral codes, all of the things that you have ingested and digested as a healthy, developing human being, this dark empath family member or parent is not going to have that. So there's moral disengagement. There is also dominance and entitlement. And so the attitude here is, I want what I want. I'm going to get what I want. You're not going to be able to stop me. And I will go to whatever level I need to go to, kill someone, manipulate someone out of something, steal, lie, cheat, the list goes on. I'll do whatever I need to do, even sabotage, to get what I want. There's also deficits in social emotional engagement with people. They don't know how to blend in with people and love them and care for them authentically and compassionately. They're all about themselves and getting what they want. Now, if they do something and they've gotten caught, they may have the disposition that they are sorry about it. They may get themselves in such a rut that they can't get out, right? Because they're antisocial, they're narcissistic.
Tired of brands targeting you with products you don't need, feeding you the idea that you must change yourself to be better, to be perfect? You're not ugly.
They have psychopathy at the foundation of how they engage in the world. And so, you may see primarily in females that are a dark empath, they may feel really bad about what they've done after they've done it, but it's almost like an inability to control that cold, callous piece of who they are, right? They also have a fantasy of attachment to other people, some of them. They may tag you as their mother and you not know anything about it. They may tag you as their husband and you not know anything about it. But what you come to find out over time is that they've been entertaining this unhealthy fantasy about the purpose you serve in their lives. A lot of them could come across as psychotic and very detached from reality. So you want to keep that in mind as well. They may be delusional in a lot of ways, but they know how to cover it because psychopaths are very good at tracing their steps, and so are narcissists. They manipulate people like chess pieces. That's the best way that I could put this. And I've had at least maybe 3 to 4 dark empaths in my whole 14 years of being in this career. And let me tell you, they move everybody in their life, including the therapist, like a chess piece. Chess is a fun, exciting game for them because they always have the ability to look at the big picture and to move chess pieces around like an expert. They just don't have the ability to always cover themselves. Somewhere, they get caught. But those who don't get caught, they get very far in life, maybe even become professionals and experts, and maybe even the president of the United States. That's how good a dark empath can be. They're glowing stars in their own eyes. Nothing they do is wrong. Nothing they do is harmful. They will deny, 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 and deny some more, right? One of the dark empaths that I had 8 years ago was a young lady. She was 20 years old, and she would steal. She would pathologically lie. She would manipulate, cheat, and do whatever she needed to do to get what she wanted. And one day she got caught. The police sat her down. I was called to the station to talk to her as well. And she denied everything. She was clearly on surveillance in a store where she was putting things down in her pocket, down in her shoes, down in her bra, and with the tape right in front of her eyes. And the officer moved the TV up to her face so that she could see herself on surveillance. She still denied it was her. If you deny it, it doesn't exist. If you lie about it, it doesn't exist. And that's the fantasy that she was in. She saw herself in glowing stars, starlights, on stage, spotlights all around her. She saw herself as special and capable. And it didn't matter how true that reality was, she didn't accept it. Now, if you want to learn a little bit more about this, I encourage you to check this video out right here, where I break down what a dark empath really is. And this one talks about parents who are dark empaths as well. Thank you so much for being with me in today's video, guys. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you want more videos like this. I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Y'all let me know if y'all heard the video or not. Let me know if y'all heard it or not. Did I have it on mute? Oh my God, I think I did. I'm sorry. Y'all, did I have it on mute? Oh my God, I'm so sorry, y'all. If I had it on mute, I think I did. Oh, I think I did. I'm so sorry. That's okay. I got another one. I'm sorry. I think I did. I think I did have it on mute. I didn't even realize it, y'all, because I was sending a message out. So I muted it while I sent the message out and never hit the unmuted it. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, y'all. I will apologize to y'all. Y'all know I love y'all. I'm so sorry. But yeah, y'all, this is a lot. This is a lot. I mean, a lot of people. This is some good stuff to take in, to understand, to learn. This is really some good stuff. You know, to learn about friends and families and relationships and different things like that. It's really some good stuff. A lot of people may not want to hear the real truth about it, but it's the truth. It is. This is definitely the truth. I mean, you can be portrayed by them. I always told y'all that narcissists and stuff, they are very jealous of you. They are even jealous of their own spouses. So I always told y'all that too. You have to be careful. They're jealous of their own spouse. Hey unknown, hey coffee and cream. Okay. Sorry, Brittany. Oh, you heard it? Okay, thank you, baby. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad you heard it. Thank you. I'm like, did they hear that? So, these are the things I want y'all to see. A lot of these things, some things that she was saying, Brianna did that to Robert. She had no sympathy for Robert when he was in the hospital at all. Like, no sympathy for that man at all. She was that man enemy the whole time he was in the hospital, before he got in the hospital, throughout the whole marriage. She was just no good. She was just not a good wife for him. And again, I'm glad that Robert broke up with her. He did not go back for the last time, because if Robert would have went back, I can guarantee. Well, I ain't gonna guarantee y'all. I'm gonna say for a fact she would have finished Robert off, because she would have paid Robert back for leaving her. Because that's what narcissists does. They pay you back. If you do them any kind of way, you leave them, you walk out on them, you say something to them, you do something to them, or whatever the situation is, they're gonna definitely pay you back. Yeah. And I believe that her family, I believe Brianna was have toxic siblings. And I believe that's why they don't deal with her. I definitely does believe that. I believe her family probably just don't want to come to the internet with it, and that's fine. That's okay. But it started somewhere. Okay, it definitely did start somewhere. It started somewhere. It just didn't happen overnight. Okay. So yes, this one here said, "Is my family the problem? A toxic family?" We all like to hear that. Or they have one. Let me see here. Is my psychopath sister / brother is jealous? Which one of y'all want to hear? Y'all want to hear the first one I said about my siblings? Is my siblings the problem of the toxic family? Or is my psychopath sister / brother is jealous? One or two? The second one. Okay, Brittany. Brittany said the second one. Oh, Lord Jesus. Everybody's saying the second one. Okay. All right. I got you. Thank y'all for engaging. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you. Okay. We're going to do the second one, y'all. Okay, let me pull it up.
How are your organizations?
Y'all make sure y'all put it in the chat now, because I want y'all to hear it now. Okay.
Career development to customer and partner education.
Okay.
I grew up in a family that was pretty small. I grew up as the middle child, the daughter, the prized possession, the loving little girl, the fun little girl. Here's a picture of me right here, as I think I may have been 5. My mom took so many pictures of me growing up, and she did so with my brothers as well. But because I was the only girl and I was the middle child, I had kind of like this built-in favoritism in my family. My brothers were loved as well, but in a much different way. We knew where we all stood, and we knew that, mom didn't have a specific favorite. She loved me a certain way. She loved my older brother a certain way. And then she loved my younger brother a certain way as well. And we all have different temperaments. I'm really like the driven, motivated one who's laid back and kind of has a plan ahead of time. My brother is a hard worker. He's energetic. He's always
yes, Miss David. That did sound like a good one. That's why I want to play that one too.
Complete opposite. As an architect and an artist, he just sits and does does his own thing and blocks all of us out, like we have a problem. We have different temperaments, and I'm sure in your family you have different behaviors and temperaments and traits and communication styles between you and your siblings. But what do you do when that sibling is a narcissist? Narcissistic siblings are difficult to deal with because one of the things that they do is try to one up you, or
didn't I tell y'all that? Have I been telling y'all that?
In
That was
some
my
cases,
sister.
they may not do all of those visible things that looks like envy and jealousy, and the list goes on. They may actually do something that's pretty subtle, and that would be something like passive aggressive behavior, slamming doors, huffing and puffing, having an attitude, not responding to your text messages, letting the phone ring off the hook, knowing that it's you, seeing your number on caller ID, refusing to address what the issue is, proclaiming to you that there's no problem between us. Whatever it is, passive aggressive behavior is likely to be in the midst of a sibling relationship where there's a narcissist. Another thing that you want to keep in mind, considering your sibling as a possible narcissist, is that, you know, they really want this power differential. So in today's video, I'm going to highlight what a narcissistic sibling looks like. I'm going to highlight the different kind of narcissists that you want to keep in mind. And then we're going to talk a little bit about this power differential thing that's likely to go on between two siblings, and one is a narcissist. But before we jump in, let me just briefly introduce myself in case you're new. My name is Tamara. I'm an internationally and board certified trauma therapist. I'm licensed in mental health. I specialize in treating children, teens, and families, as well as adults, who are dealing with trauma in my private practice. Let's go ahead and jump in. As I said in the beginning of the video, siblings can be pretty interesting, and the relationship between siblings can be a little bit tricky because all siblings have some kind of friction between them. Some siblings get along really well, they love each other, and life is beautiful. But for the majority of us, you know, we have siblings that we get frustrated with, we get angry with, we don't like the decisions they're making, we don't like the choices that they're making, we don't like the people they want to marry or date, we don't care for how they're raising their children. Like, you know, those are normal issues, right? Growing up, sibling rivalry is also something that's pretty normative, right? You know, dad loves Fifi more than me, and that's because Fifi plays sports and I don't. Or, you know, she's always got good grades and hasn't needed homework help, and so therefore she's the mature one, and mom and dad says I'm not. You know, all of that is really normal, right? We expect that when it comes to siblings. But what do you do if you have a sibling who's a narcissist? And depending on the kind of narcissist that you're dealing with is really going to help you understand how to manage your sibling, how to protect yourself, how to guard your mind and your heart in a relationship with them. Let me highlight that there are subtypes to narcissists. And the general and broad definition of a narcissist is an individual who doesn't have any empathy. They don't have what we call TOM, theory of mind. Here it is on the screen. And theory of mind is this neurological concept that, you know, there's a specialized portion of the brain where the temporal lobes are on the side of your temples. We have what's called the temporal lobes there. Here's a picture right here if you want to see it. And the temporal lobe area, you know, has a part of the brain that helps us to empathize, helps us to step outside of our own world and step into the world of somebody else's, right? We have the ability to say, well, what if that was me? What would I feel? What if that was me? What would I say, right? What would I do if that were me? Without theory of mind, without the ability to empathize and to switch places and put your shoes, you know, your feet in their shoes and vice versa, without that ability to do so, you become a cold, heartless, callous individual who's egotistical, right? Self-centered or egocentric, we could say, and really all about getting your own needs met, right? That's basically the definition of a sociopath. But you know, narcissists fit this description as well. There are some people that call their family members narcissistic sociopaths because the differences between the disorders really do overlap. And you could have a sibling who's both a narcissist and a sociopath. But for the purposes of this video, let me just say, you know, a narcissistic sibling is complicated because they could be one of the subtypes that I'm going to mention right now. Now, there are two prominent types of narcissists. One is the vulnerable narcissist. The other is the grandiose narcissist. Now,
and y'all heard us talk about that, me and
grandiose
OG.
narcissist is really arrogant. They are way on top of the world. They are better than everyone. They had a
That's
better
Brianna.
career. They're really confident. They know how to engage a crowd, a social place, right? They have that bright, shining, glowing personality and that energy that most people like and adore in social settings, right? So that's the grandiose narcissist. They are very arrogant. They see themselves as being better than other people.
This
And
is
then they
Bri,
also see
y'all.
themselves
Okay.
as being superior to everybody else. These are the kind of siblings that want to utilize that power differential. So here's how a power differential is kind of created. So somebody in a relationship between two people, somebody has either more prestige, more education, more authority, more exposure, right? They have more of something else than that other person in that relationship. So between you and your sibling, you may be the sibling that is on medical assistance, which is a Medicaid program. The government gives you money to cover your costs, right? You may live in a lower socioeconomic neighborhood. You may have married somebody who's a substance abuser or a gambler, and your lifestyle is just really difficult, right? You may be a single parent who's struggling without a lot of money, and you live in a situation where you don't have all the money that you need, and so therefore you're right under the poverty line. So let's say that is you. And then when you look at your sibling, right, your sibling is a high powered attorney in your state. They're making a lot of money. They have a very rich husband or wife, right? Somebody's a doctor. Their children all go to Ivy League schools, right? They're driving the latest model vehicles. They have a huge house with lots of acres. Like there's a complete difference there, right? And so that creates an inherent power differential where you're here and they're here. And that's exactly where a narcissistic sibling wants you to be.
Yep.
I will
She
give you
ain't
another
lying.
example of this power differential.
She is not
There is
lying.
a power differential between me and society, between me and a client, because I have the knowledge and the education, I have the authority and the credentials. I'm legally qualified to do what I do, diagnose, the list goes on. And I have a level of knowledge that's superior than everyday people in a lot of ways, or in some ways, I could say as well. And so that power differential between me and a client, or me and society, really leaves me with the great responsibility of doing things ethically and right. Okay. And so I can't harm you. But when it's a power differential between siblings, that sibling has nothing holding them back. So what do you think that they're going to do, right? They're going to harm you. And a lot of narcissistic siblings who want that power differential between, them and their sibling, they will do whatever it takes to make sure that you feel like you are down here and they are up there, right? Now, let me mention briefly before we go into the subtypes, the vulnerable narcissist. The vulnerable narcissist basically doesn't have the ability to manage their emotions, and
Thank
they
you,
can be
Coffee and Cream.
passive aggressive. They can be
Brittany,
untrusting,
Brianna, for sure.
and they can also be complicated and
I feel all
triangulated
three of them is. They have
because
no
they
sympathy, no
seem
empathy,
humble,
none of that.
right? They
Neither
even
one
seem
of them.
depressed, but somewhere in there,
Neither one of them.
somewhere
If you
underneath
just go back
all
and
of
see the
those
things that Peach have said
gloomy
about her
looking
mom, her
facial
dad, like
expressions, and maybe
that
some
girl is
depressed mood
off
and
the chain.
affect, meaning their face, or underneath that really altruistic kind of personality that they claim to have, they are narcissistic. All the attention must be on them, right? They have
Yeah.
this really weak ego. They don't
Mm-hmm.
like to be wronged. They are
Mm-hmm.
paranoid. They don't like people to go against them.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're not, it's their perception of what's happening that's
Mm-hmm.
the issue. And the vulnerable narcissist may give and donate and do all kind of wonderful things outside of the family, but then be in your presence as a sibling and treat you like dirt. It's horrible. The
Mm-hmm.
dynamic is horrible, to say the least. So what are the subtypes, right? What are the subtypes here to these two main categories of narcissism, the vulnerable narcissist and the grandiose narcissist? Well, let's start with the overt narcissist. That is typically known as the grandiose narcissist. So those terms are used interchangeably, overt and grandiose, because this kind of narcissist is charming. They are engaged. They have a very high self-esteem. They're very powerful people in society. People like them. Sometimes they're really attractive as well. Sometimes they're really educated and attractive. And those
didn't I tell y'all that before?
Trouble, right?
Yeah.
So the overt or the grandiose narcissist is really up here when it comes to their self-esteem, and they think everybody else is beneath them. Now, the next narcissist, the subcategory, would be the covert or the vulnerable narcissist. Covert and vulnerable narcissism are used interchangeably as well. And, this is what we call the closet narcissist, because what happens here is the individual is withdrawn. They may internalize things. They may have a lot of fantasies. They crave praise, but it doesn't come through as visibly as the overt or the grandiose narcissist. Covert or the closet narcissist or the vulnerable narcissist, they hide behind a facade, but on the inside, their heart, their soul, their mind, they desire to be on top. They desire praise.
Yeah.
They internalize all their feelings.
She's not lying, y'all. And if they're not on top, they'll do anything to hurt you if they're not on top.
Narcissists may also engage in mass shootings. They have all these internal things going on. They think they're powerful. They think they're wonderful. They think they're intelligent. They think they're beyond the law, and it's internalized, right? They're a closet narcissist, and then they create this whole elaborate plan to engage in a massacre, and then next thing you know, it's the next Nicholas Cruz, if you will, or even the Darrell Brooks. You might as well mention him as well. There's often an inborn narcissism that's there. So we can refer to Darrell Brooks and Nicholas Cruz as a closet narcissist, right? The law doesn't apply to them. It's all about them. Okay, keep that in mind. They hide.
Okay, Auntie Strokes, have a good day.
The communal narcissist is another subcategory. This kind of narcissist is probably the churchgoer, the religious evangelist, the one who's always out there handing Bibles out and smiling and flashing their pearly teeth and, laughing and touching people on the arm and seeming so social. And the moment they get behind closed doors, they're cursing their family out. There's domestic violence. There's abuse. There's anger. There's fierce rage. There's all kind of things you wouldn't expect somebody who is so very altruistic and engaged in the community would even display, right? You don't expect that. And that's the sad and disgusting part about it. The communal narcissist really does play up their role by being altruistic, and that can just really be horrible to try to live with and accept. There's also the antagonistic narcissist. This is another subcategory of narcissism. The antagonistic narcissist tends to be the one who really mistrusts everyone. There's like this underlying paranoia, they don't really trust. They tend to be competitive. They don't want to be the ones left behind. They want to be the ones that are on top,
Mm-hmm.
And they kind of have this antagonistic personality. They have this antagonistic disposition and attitude, they see others as rivals as opposed to partners or teammates, or, they don't have that ideal and ideology of togetherness, so to speak, or we're a team kind of attitude. You're a rival to them. They must compete with you, and then they don't trust you all at the same time. So this is an antagonistic narcissist. I see a lot of these kind of narcissists in really rich neighborhoods where I have counseled the higher class or the upper socioeconomic class level clients. I have seen the antagonistic narcissist at play, and it is horrible, to say the least. A lot of them get envious. They want to get even with people. And if they find somebody that is better than them in some way, they look better, they sound better, they sing better, they dance better, they're better at sports, whatever, they will go to the extreme of murder sometimes.
Yes, I was best ready to pause that, y'all, and say that. I was getting ready to pause and say that.
Narcissist, and I'm sure you guys
is absolutely right.
You've heard a lot about it on Google, I'm sure.
A lot of these people that's well off, like she said, and these well-off neighborhoods and stuff, and these people get unaligned. These are narcissists that's doing that. Those high-power narcissists, because they done became envious of these people and jealous of these people because they have more. They're doing better. They're doing better than them. Like she said, they can be better than them in sports or anything. I was just getting ready to say that, and she took it right out of my mouth. So this stuff is real.
This is the individual who, is really vindictive. They're angry. They're resentful. They're not nice people, right? They just have this obsessive, paranoid kind of edge to themselves, and, they really do want to get back at people. They don't like to be wronged or feel like they could be deceived or wronged. And so, they try to find some kind of way to hold you responsible for something. They're just that miserable, and I'm sure you've known somebody
Thank you,
like
Miss
this in your
Davis. I'm glad I
family.
was able
Adaptive
to help you.
narcissist
Thank
is also
you.
a category you may or may not have heard of before, but this kind of a narcissist really does use their sex appeal, their attractiveness, their people skills to really reel you in, right? The seductive narcissist is manipulative. They are, always performing or displaying something that causes other people to feel like there's an ulterior motive, because there really is. They want to manipulate you, and they do it with compliments and flattery and sex appeal, and the list goes on. These kind of narcissists tend to be the beautiful people of society, the handsome people of society, the people of society that, tends to be, what's the word? They tend to be very confident in their own skin, and they use their sex appeal, the compliments, the list goes on, the flattery, to get you. And it works every single time. Now, before we wrap up with this video, let me explain two additional subcategories. Now, there are two subcategories that you probably should know about when it comes to just the general definition of a narcissist. Now, there's two. One is the adaptive narcissist, and two is the maladaptive narcissist. Now, the adaptive narcissist is the narcissist who is really a natural leader. They know how to utilize,
Thank
in
you,
a
Brittany.
smart,
Thank you, Miss
intelligent,
Davis. I
social
appreciate
way,
that.
all the
Thank
things
you.
that they feel
I
are their
appreciate
best
that, ladies.
attributes. They use their smile, they use their leadership skills, they use their intelligence, they use their sex appeal. They are really comfortable in their skin, and they come across as natural leaders. You're likely to find this kind of narcissist, the adaptive narcissist. You're likely to see them, in higher positions like president or CEO, or what's another one, executor of this or executive to that. You're likely to see them in bigger positions because of their confidence and because of their leadership skills.
Yeah.
Now, the maladaptive narcissist is the narcissist who's entitled, they're controlling, they're not very wise people. They believe they're bigger than they really are, but they destroy everything that they get their hands on. Their relationships are sloppy, their jobs are all over the place. They don't really know who they are, they're just kind of feeling around in the dark. They have these blinders on, trying to live in life. But their main character trait is entitled. They believe everything belongs to them, even though they mess it up. And controlling. They are very, very controlling. Narcissistic siblings are not okay. And they exploit others, and they control others. They have delusions of power, and delusions of power could just mean they have this idea that there's a power differential between the two of you. They are manipulative, they are triangulating, they are abusive, they are disruptive, they exploit others, and because of that, they have a delusion of power. Oh my god, I hate so much that I had to end that like this using my phone. I'm so sorry. My SD card just stopped working. Go figure, right? But let me just conclude this video by saying narcissistic siblings are really difficult to deal with. And if you want a life that's peaceful, if you want a life that is not going to entail having to prove yourself and live with yourself and not having to feel guilty, then you have to walk away from a sibling that is this evil. You do want to weigh the pros and cons, of course, of having a sibling like this and leaving a sibling like this, because sometimes they can be very vindictive and they'll try to get back at you in some way. Thank you so much for being with me in today's video, guys. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up button if this was helpful, and hit that subscribe button so you can stick around with us
Told you,
and get
narcissist
all of the
siblings, they,
notifications on my
oh,
channel. Love you
child,
so
they,
much.
honey. Baby. So if you got one, I don't know if y'all deal with narcissist siblings or whatever. I don't know if you got them in your family, but just be unaware, be on the lookout for them. I don't know. I mean, you can have siblings and you can love them to death, but that don't mean there ain't no narcissist. Okay, that don't mean that at all. It does not mean that. So, all I can tell you do is be on the watch out, be on the lookout. When it comes to their behavior, the things they say, when you tell them things that you want to do, see how their respond going to be. When you show them things that you have bought, see how their actions going to be. I mean, just when they say something, and you want to talk to them about it, see what their respond going to be. Are they going to sit down and talk to you about it? So I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know, because normally narcissists not going to talk to you about anything. They're going to always project and say you're the problem. So this, it's ways that you can find out. So, that's what I'm saying. You just got to be safe out here. Because once you get involved with those type of people don't believe it. Get involved with one. You're going to see what I'm talking about. You're going to see. You're going to see. You ain't going to get away as you think you can. Especially when you get too deeply involved, especially when it's your family. Sometimes family have trauma and they just don't know it. They just ignores it, And maybe they can see it there, but they just ignoring the signs. Some people got daddy issues. You know what I'm saying? You just don't know. That's trauma right there. So it's a lot of things that you can learn about it. So let me see. It's a lot of things. Hey, T Love. It's a lot of things that you can learn about, narcissists, friends, families. Baby. You can go on for days learning stuff like this. Your family will have your mind somewhere else. They'll turn your life upside down. You won't know what's going on. For real, for real. Sometimes you can think it's you and it's not you. It's really not. So, it's all different things. You can really lose your family relationship. You can do all of that. Well, I'm at peace, so. And you can have a trauma bond with your parent. You can't get away. You can have a jealous parent. You can't get away. You can have a jealous wife. You trying to get away. You can have a jealous husband. You trying to get away from. So it's a lot, y'all. Okay, let's see here. And sometimes family don't want to respect your boundaries. They don't want to respect your space. They don't want to respect any of that. They don't want to. So when you start to seeing things like that, it's time for you to move on. Yeah, it's time for you to move on. Some of your families might be psychopaths and you just don't know. For real. So I'm trying to see here of another one. Okay. This one here is, can a narcissist cause trauma and PTSD? Shit, you definitely gonna get some PTSD when you get finished dealing with a narcissist. Shit, you gonna get something because they gonna want to be known they was there and they left. You gonna get something dealing with them, baby. I'm telling you just they is not just gonna leave your life, okay? And I love those videos. Thank you, Brittany. You just not gonna get finished dealing with a narcissist, okay? And you gonna be at peace. That ain't gonna happen. I promise you that. That ain't gonna happen. Okay? That's just not gonna happen. You may lose some hair, but you definitely gonna suffer from some trauma. You may be up crying, losing sleep, not eating. You have to find yourself again. I know I've been there. So it's a lot can go on. A lot.
Hi guys, it is Tamra. Thank you so much for coming back to my channel. Welcome back. Today we're going to be starting a brand new topic. Well, actually a brand new series. This series is going to focus on why you can't move forward after a traumatic history. In this particular series, I'm going to point out a variety of reasons why it is so hard to move beyond trauma. And sometimes it's more difficult than we actually think. So the first reason why it may be a little bit difficult to move beyond your trauma is you have unhealthy associations. What I mean by that is you plug into people who are either negative, pessimistic, hopeless, helpless, or has no motivation. And I'm not talking about people who have mental health conditions. I'm not talking about people who have poor income. I'm not talking about people, who lack motivation necessarily because of something in their lives. I'm talking about people who are content.
Yeah, it can be hard to move on, y'all. It really can. It's not easy to move on from a narcissist. Oh, that was a quick little video. Okay. Well, let me see. That was a quick one. It's not easy to move on from him. I'm telling you, it ain't. It's not. And you can't find yourself going back, y'all. So let me just say that. You can't find yourself going back. And it's not because something is wrong with you. It's because they know manipulated you. They know how to gaslight you and wean you back in and tell you that they're going to change. This not going to happen anymore. They're going to get the help that they need. And by you loving them like that, whether it's your husband, your boyfriend, your daughter, your son, siblings, whatever it is, you're going to go back. You're definitely going to go back. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to go back a couple of times. Okay. So, a lot of people always say, oh my God, why this person going back? Why that person going back? Because it's not easy to just walk away. It is not. I promise you. It is not easy to just walk away. So when you had enough, you enough. And a lot of people be like, oh my God, I'm glad I'm gone. I removed myself. No, you did not remove yourself, honey. God removed you. Because I give God all the credit. He removed me. God knew I was fed up. God knew I couldn't take it no more. God knew I was in pain. I was hurting. And he knew I couldn't take it no more. And he knew it was a matter of time. And God removed me. But when he did remove me, it broke me. it broke me. I was left with so much hurt and so much pain until I couldn't do nothing but go to counseling, because I knew in my heart that I couldn't do it by myself. I knew it. Okay. You cannot heal on your own. A lot of people be like, oh, well, I'm okay. I'm fine. Yeah, you okay. You're right. You're okay. You're not fine, but you're okay. You're just pushing through, but you are dealing with a lot. Okay. Because you're not actually sitting down talking about what's going on in your life, what happened in your life, what caused this, how did it get to this point? Okay. What happened in your childhood, that led all up to this. It's a lot that a counselor can actually teach you, help you with, because she's going to ask you all kind of questions. She's going to start off with your childhood. What was your childhood like? What was your mother like? What was your father like? What was your siblings like? Because sometimes, y'all, when you do keep repeating the same relationship when a man, you're going to keep repeating it. You know why? Because of the simple fact, oh, come on, why I can't see this? Why did this thing turn dark on me? Okay, now what happened? Hold on, y'all. Oh, shoot. Hold on, y'all. I see why I turned dark on me, y'all. My computer was ready to die on me. Oh, my God. I caught it in time. There we go. Y'all, I caught my live in time. My laptop was going to die. I'm like, why did my laptop turn dark? And I just looked down. So, yeah, so sometimes when you come out of a relationship like that, you will keep meeting the same people. For an example, right? I'm going to give y'all a good example. LaTruth had a crazy baby mother number one, a crazy brother mama number two. They both were psychotic. They both had issues. Okay. So when he got a relationship with one, he met another one just like that. So 9 times out of 10, when you keep meeting the same people, that tells you need to get help. You need to get help because you are attracted to the same people. And maybe you will find the love of your life sooner, but it won't be the same person. Because both of them was crazy. Okay, I don't find a good one. Let me see. I mean, therapy is good. There's nothing wrong with it. Some people think therapy, some people would take therapy as a weapon. Oh, they call you crazy, you this and you that. No. It's not. It's good. I was trying to find something about friends. That's what I was really looking for, y'all. But I don't see anything. And sometimes your family could be cursed. You never know. You just never know. They still have issues. Yes. It's get better when you can open up. Exactly, Rebecca. Exactly. Absolutely. That is so true. That is so true. All right, okay. I have one here. Why does my family have trauma? And then I have another. Oh, damn, I just said this. Is my family cursed? Ooh, so which one y'all would like to see? The first one or the second one? Why does my family have trauma? And is my family cursed? So which one would y'all like to hear? And I love her. I love her. She break things down. She's a really nice woman. I just love her. I love her content. And then they have one. Let me see. Let's see. The first one. Okay. Gotcha, baby. Okay. Got you. Rebecca said they both.
Hi guys, this is Kimra. Thank you so much for coming back to my channel. Welcome back. Today we're going to be talking about the perpetuating features and factors of intergenerational trauma. And basically what that convoluted statement means, guys, is that I want to talk about the things that helps perpetuate the negative impact of intergenerational trauma within our families and within our culture as well. I think there's a lot of information in this video that may be helpful, and it can kind of help you understand how intergenerational trauma gets transmitted over generations in a family. So let's just go ahead and jump in. Thank you so much for coming back to my channel. For those who are subscribed and for those who are new, I encourage you to hit the subscribe button so you can stick around with us and be a part of our growing community. The benefits for you in today's video is that I'm going to highlight how intergenerational trauma gets transmitted. I'm sorry, guys, my camera went out of focus there. How intergenerational trauma impacts us, and I want to talk about how it gets transmitted throughout generations. Okay, so let's just go ahead and jump in. I'm going to be talking about 3 different categories, and these are 3 different categories based on my research, my experience, and based on what I have talked about in the past through interviews and articles I've written and things like that. There are 3 important categories that I like to zone in on and focus in on. Okay, and so I have my list here, my notes to kind of help keep me focused. But I want to point out the 3 categories that I think really does help to transmit intergenerational trauma throughout generations. The first category is socioeconomic status and environment. Okay, socioeconomic status and environment. The second category is race, class, and culture. Race, class, and culture. All right, that's number 2. Race, class, and culture. And number 3 is the psychological and emotional aspects of trauma. The psychological and emotional aspects of trauma. All right, so these are the 3 categories, the 3 big categories: socioeconomic status and environment, race, culture, and class. And then we also have the psychological and emotional aspects of trauma. All right. So intergenerational trauma, I'm going to give you a little bit of a definition. I'm going to remind you of the definition. It's the concept that a trauma has happened. And instead of that individual getting help and working through that trauma and, really being able to rise above the trauma, instead of being able to do that, right, they maintain the trauma by not getting help. They maintain the trauma by refusing counseling, by refusing to talk about it, by pushing it under the carpet and the rug and saying that it didn't happen. All right. So intergenerational trauma gets transmitted when that family member has a child or marries or has a new relationship, an additional relationship that requires that interpersonal closeness and interaction. That gets kind of muddied by that unresolved trauma, and that begins to get perpetuated throughout this generation. That's really the way I like to look at that. So let's say, for example, you have a grandmother, great grandmother, and she's from a tribe where they experienced a ton of bloodshed and a ton of abuse. Okay, she never got help for her father's father.
How many times I said that, y'all?
For kind of vicariously hearing about her father's trauma. Okay, I'll use that example. She also may be struggling with her own internal trauma, right? So her own trauma from the things she's experienced in her own life. Those 2 things together, excuse me, have to get some kind of treatment, because if not, she's going to internalize her emotions and her thoughts, and she's going to transmit it on to the next generation, which would be her daughter, who has had
you're right, Brittany. And everything she's saying, I have said that. It starts from the grandmother, the mother,
impacted by her mother. Okay, so that is intergenerational trauma. It gets transmitted through unresolved trauma and unresolved grief and loss. Okay, so these categories is they're basically what I like to focus on, because these are things that impact not only your family, but my family. And they are also things that can impact us through culture, right? Through the African American culture, through the Native American and Cherokee tribes, right? Through the African culture, through the Italian culture. There's a generation, even the German culture, right? There's generations and generations of trauma there. And these categories tend to be the most impacted. All right. So when I'm thinking of socioeconomic status and environment, the way that intergenerational trauma, gets transmitted is through a lack of access to mental health or medical services. Okay, so you have a family member who has had a trauma, right, or they have had a traumatic brain injury, or they have had a medical condition that has brought on psychological and emotional trauma. If they don't get help because they don't have access to the resources, and if they don't get help because they don't have access to the therapist that they need, to the resources to get that therapist, to the insurance, to the income, whatever it may be, if they don't have that physical access, that trauma is going to get transmitted and perpetuated, right? It's going to get transmitted to the next generation. If we have a family who does not believe in counseling, who does not believe in psychotherapy, who does not believe in medication, who does not believe in talking about problems and processing it and examining
Yep,
it
haven't
and
I told
growing
y'all
and
you have to
learning and
process that
changing,
stuff?
then we're going to have a problem down the line as well, because again, their unresolved issues are going to get transmitted onto the
Hmm.
next generation and transmitted onto the next family member, right? So that's one way to look at that. Another way that it gets transmitted is exposure to gangs and violence. Now, if you have had some kind of exposure, or your loved one, to gangs and violence, they're going to perpetuate that mindset to the next generation if they don't do anything about how they think and see things. That attitude and that mentality is going to get transmitted on to the next generation. Also, research suggests that a high percentage of individuals who are exposed to neighborhood violence, community violence, gangs, whatever, those individuals begin to show mental health and behavioral and emotional symptoms that need to be taken care of. Okay, so that's going to get transmitted on to the next generation. Another way is family members who refuse mental and emotional as well as medical services just because of fear, right? So anxiety and fear over medical and mental health services can also be transmitted on to the next generation. That loved one or family member just feels like, nope, I don't trust the medical system. Nope, I don't trust the mental health system. I'm not going. And then they end up perpetuating that same mentality onto the next generation. So it becomes a family culture, right? All of these things that I'm talking about in this category becomes a family culture, and that can help transmit intergenerational trauma onto the next generation. All right. The last part of this category of socioeconomic status and environment is self-esteem and self-efficacy. Your feelings of self-efficacy, right? So feeling that you are effective in what you do, feeling that you are
Okay, bless beyond measurement. Thank
competent and
you.
confident, that you are self-assured, right? That you are courageous, that you are able to do things. A family member who has some deficiencies in that area is going to perpetuate that onto the next generation, right? Because they themselves don't feel good about themselves. Whatever their issues are, whether that's self-esteem or personality, or that's cultural, or that's class, right? I feel like I'm not about much of anything, or I come from a culture that's been prejudiced again, that has been faced with prejudice, I should say, or that has been discriminated against, or that has experienced racism because of the color of their skin or because of the class that they're at, right? If you have those things and they're unresolved, it's going to get perpetuated onto the next generation. It's a mindset, right? It's almost like those things possess how you see yourself and how you think about yourself. And that gets transmitted onto the next generation. So that doesn't help at all. So these things in this category really have a lot to do with your psyche and how you see things and how you experience life and perceive it. And so if it doesn't get dealt with from the core, right, if it doesn't get dealt with from where it started, then it's going to get transmitted and perpetuated onto the next generation. All right, so that's category one that I focus on in my discussions about intergenerational trauma. The second category is about race, culture, and class. Okay, so this is category two. And what I like to focus on here is something that I talk about in this video right up here. It's a content attitude. The content attitude gets perpetuated onto.
Why is filing your taxes with Free Tax USA different?
Hold on one
Well, for
second,
starters, our
guys.
premium federal tax returns are free for every.
It onto the next generation. All right. A content attitude is this. Okay. So, I come from a low socioeconomic status household, and my dad worked in a blue collar job, and my mom, worked as a waitress. And we come from the Bronx. Okay. This is an example. We come from the Bronx. And, I kind of got content with coming from the Bronx, saying I came from there, I grew up there, I lived there, whatever. I'm content with that. But now I have decided to live in the Bronx, And I've decided to
Yes,
take
Brittany.
a
And I had said
job
that
with
from the
very
beginning.
bad wages.
Let's
And
talk
I've
about it as soon as she
decided
finished.
to have children out of wedlock and have about 5 or 6 kids. And you know what? That's life for me. As long as I'm content, as long as I have, a roof over my head and my children, I'm content with this, because it's too hard to try to make something of myself. It's too hard to try to move forward and be better. It's too hard to try to fight against the forces of prejudice and racism and institutionalized discrimination to make it somewhere. So I think I'm going to be content right where I'm at, right? It's too much to fight against the forces of higher socioeconomic status and the middle class and the higher class. I think I'm just going to stay down here and be just fine with where I'm at. That is a content attitude, all right? And that is like a poison, and that gets transmitted onto children. It gets transmitted onto their children, onto their children, right? Their spouses. It just goes for generations. That content mentality and disposition is something that children can sense, right? You don't even have to say it. They sense it. They know it. They know if you're content, and they know if you want to get out or if you want to stay. So that content attitude is, something that I see that transmits intergenerational trauma. The next is maintaining discriminatory views. All right, maintaining discriminatory views. And I've had this in my family because we're multicultural, we're multi-ethnic, and so there's different views and different cultures and different races, and there's biracial, and the list goes on. There's mixed, there's Native American, there's so my family is basically the melting pot, if you ask me, based on my DNA studies and how my family behaves and acts and their beliefs and so forth. And there are inborn discriminatory views, and I've been around them for decades, and it is just hard for me to swallow when I'm around it. And so I'm sure you know the feeling, right? If you come from a German family, Italian family, a predominantly Caucasian family, if you come from a deep South family, if you come from a predominantly African American family, if you come from a Native American family that's tribal, and they're really fixated on their history, you're probably going to hear some discriminatory views that are, pretty dated, right? Dated like dinosaur time views, and those views can really be perpetuated and transmitted throughout generations. And the sad part about that is that it limits the modern generation, right? It limits you and your perspective. My perspective as a 30-something-year-old, right? It also limits your children's perspective, because if your grandfather had that view and passed it to you, you're most likely gonna pass it on,
Yep.
unless you get education and you see life differently. But other than that, it's gonna get transferred, and that's
Yep.
really racism, right? That's how racism started. That's how classism started. That's how sexism started, right? Because it started somewhere from no knowledge. It started somewhere with limited education, and it got perpetuated. All right. So, I focus on that as well. That's something that can happen with intergenerational trauma, the maintaining of discriminatory views. All right. The next is minimizing others and belittling them. That can get transmitted as well. So, again, we're in the category of race, class, and discrimination, or culture, I should say. Minimizing other people's, character, and minimizing other people's self-worth and belittling them can get transmitted. And it does. It gets transmitted in predominantly Caucasian families and predominantly African American families and predominantly tribal families. There's this predominant view that, a certain culture, class, or race of people, or even age of people, age group, are a certain way, and that attitude gets transmitted throughout generations. All right, so this is category 2: race, culture, and what did I say? Race, culture, and class. The last category that I tend to focus on that perpetuates intergenerational trauma is the psychology and emotional aspects of trauma. All right, number 1, psychological and emotional abuse. If you are in a family where psychological and emotional abuse happens, it's most likely going to get transmitted to the next generation. Okay. Have you heard those family members that say things like, my got beaten, my dad beat me till I couldn't see anymore, and I think I'm going to beat my children the same way? I've heard that so many times in various cultures, not just in African American culture, not just in Caucasian culture. I've heard it in various cultures. Okay. And it perpetuates psychological and emotional trauma. It really does, because you shouldn't have to beat your kids to get them to listen to you. Do I believe in corporal punishment? No, I'm like not for that. I try to encourage a different way. Does it work for some kids, and is it needed for some kids? Perhaps, and I can't blame those families that use it. But I'm talking about abuse here. I'm talking about beating your kid bloody or beating your kid so they have marks or welts. I think that if that attitude of I got beat, I'm going to beat you gets perpetuated, it's going to create psychological and emotional trauma. And what I have seen in counseling my families is that trauma really does it takes a hold of that generation, and sometimes that behavior can actually turn out to be worse. It can turn out to be worse than what the previous generation did, and that's the sad part. All right. So the psychological and emotional abuse. The next one is domestic violence. Domestic violence gets perpetuated as well. Okay. If it's not taken care of, if it's not dealt with appropriately, if it's not stopped in a timely manner, it gets perpetuated. Children who live underneath that domestic violence and that trauma also begin to believe that it's normal, and it gets normalized and it gets generalized. And before you know it, that becomes a way of life. All right. The next is narcissistic abuse. And I have a video right up here that I did, and I'll share it with you guys in the description box as well, where I talk about narcissistic abuse. That gets perpetuated as well. All right. Traumatic bonding, I talk about it in the video right up here. That gets transmitted throughout generations and becomes intergenerational trauma. And last but not least, I have here on my list complex trauma, and that gets perpetuated as well. Okay. And I talk about complex trauma right up here. These are the things that often perpetuates intergenerational trauma, and it maintains it throughout generations. So if you have noticed this pattern in your family, I encourage you to let me know in the comment section below what this looks like in your life, in your family. Stay tuned for the next video, guys. I will be back on Friday and then again on Sunday with this continual topic. We're going to continue to talk about it. So let me know what you're thinking in the comment section below, and I will see you soon with another video. All right, thank you.
Okay, y'all. Now, how many times I had talked about this, y'all? How generations of curse goes on and on and on. How many times I have talked about it? I said this starts from the grandparents, from the grandfather. I had said that. That's why I said what I said about Bri. And if you notice one thing, right? When I was talking about Peach yesterday, she admitted how her grandmom used to treat her in a lot of her videos. She said how her grandmother treated her, and what happened? It transferred from the grandmother to the mother. And then the mother started treating her the same way. The mother had got to a point one time she made Peach wash up in dirty bath water after her. Okay? So that's why I was telling y'all that a lot of things that Peach has put out about her mom, I does believe it. I definitely do believe it. Now, for as Brianna, is she going to come out and tell the truth what really happened in her life coming up as a child? She's never going to do that. She's not going to do that because she don't want nobody to see what type of lifestyle and what she had to go through coming up as a child. Because y'all know that she already put it out here that, she had a good childhood. No, she did not have a good childhood. Period. I'm not going to believe that. And I will never believe that. She did not have a good childhood, because if she had a good childhood, there's no way she would be doing the things that she's doing the things that she has done, doing the things that she had did to her ex-husband, doing the things that she is still doing, calling people names, looking down on people's looks, thinking she's better than people, thinking she got more money than people, all the things she's doing. Well, we all know that she has narcissistic behavior. Okay? We knows that. One thing about Peach will come up here and she will say that she had a lot of childhood trauma in her life from her mother, from her grandmother. She admits to that. From her father, she admits to that. But the thing is with Peach, she thinks nothing is wrong with her. She thinks it's okay, and she can continue to go around being mean to her supporters in the comments, thinking nothing is wrong with her, thinking her kids is not going to pick up her behavior, thinking her kids may not become a narcissist. She thinks there's nothing wrong. Okay? So Peach does admit that she has problems from her past. She can admit that. But what she's doing is wrong because she's transferring her problems and her anger over to who? Her husband and other people. That's why she have no friends. She says she got friends. No, Peach have no friends. That's why Brianna doesn't have friends. Rose doesn't have friends. Rose has admitted that she has issues due to her mother, but she thinks she don't have no problems. See, that's the thing. They all three think that they have no problems at all. And they does. It just goes down the line. She said she had a good childhood, but yet she also said that she was touched by her sister's husband. Exactly. So that's not a good childhood. That's not a good childhood at all. That's not a good childhood. Okay? And anybody with common sense will know that. That's not a good childhood at all, Brittany. Okay? So, do I believe that all three of their children are going to come out to be like them? Absolutely. Absolutely. If not all, some of them. One got 6, one got 9, one got 4. It's going to be 1 or 2 of their children going to come out to be just like Bri, Peach, and Rose. I bet you. I can bet you that. I can bet you that. Yep. I can bet you that. It's just going to go on and on and on. The lady just said it. And I had told y'all that before. But y'all heard it from a licensed therapist. The trauma goes on and on and on. And see, that's why, a lot of people say, oh my God, they so obsessed with her and the babies and all that. I don't feel that no one was obsessed with her babies. What I do feel that people know that she has been a habitual liar, okay, and always going to be one. People couldn't believe that she was pregnant with twins because she lied so much. She even lied on her husband. She even lied on her sister. She lied on the people that was fighting the battle for her when she was in the trenches of the saga. She lied on them. She did them wrong. So it was hard for people to really believe that she was pregnant with twins. So I don't think it was a session thing. I don't think that. I don't see that. Everybody knows she was just a liar. But some people was still trying to give her the benefit of the doubt and said that they do believe she was pregnant, but they think it was one child. Some people say they believe she wasn't pregnant. Some people say they believe it was twins. You understand what I'm saying? But now we know that they are real babies, right? But it was hard for people to believe that. So I think the people that was on her side, in their mind, they was thinking and feeling that people was obsessed with her life. No one is never obsessed with a narcissist life. Okay? No one. So let me just say that. No one is never obsessed with a narcissist person's life, right? It's just they it's unbelievable. Anything they say, no one is not going to believe it. If you know about narcissists, it's hard to believe anything they say. It's hard. All three of them needs to really get some help. Yes, they does, Rebecca. Yes, they do. All three of them. They are burnt out. Their brains are burnt out. And I'm telling you, this is going to pass over to all three of their children. All three of their children. It's not going to stop here. And Peach's oldest son, he looks so intelligent and You know, he's doing this thing. He's a content creator. He's only 17. I hope he keep it up, keep going, moving forward, stay strong. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You see how she treats her husband? She kicks him out when she wants to, bring him back when she wants to. Because why? She have all the power and control over him. He has nothing. She know he ain't got nothing. And she said, well, he don't do nothing but cheat on me. But you allow that. You know it, you allow it, and you accept it. Because why? Because when he do it, you let him back. You let him back. Because why? Just like that video you made yesterday afternoon. Peace thing. I mean, she said wood thing is so good. It's so good. It's so good. That's all you focus on in your mind. It's the sex. It's good. You got enough babies. You got enough babies. You can be happy in your marriage and don't keep getting pregnant. You don't have to keep getting pregnant because you married or you with a man. It's more things to a relationship than size keep having the children. Okay? It's more things to it. They don't think anything is wrong with them. Exactly. And that is the problem. That is a problem. But other people can see it and they can't. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And they'll tell you quick, I don't care. I don't care what I think of me. I just come up here and make my money. But you should care. As a content creator, you should care. You should want to have respect for yourself. You know, some dignity, some class, some morals for yourself. You should want to have all of that. You know, but we see that they don't have that. They get up here, they want to tell lies. See, Peach is an open book with her life. So let me just make it clear with her. She's an open book. She don't give a damn about her life. Okay, she'll tell you her life. Okay, but what's calling ain't gonna tell you her life. Brianna's not gonna tell you her life. Rose is not gonna tell you her life. Even though Peach tell you her life, what she's doing is still not good. Okay, she thinks it's good, but it's still not good. You know, she thinks everything she's doing is fine and it's okay, but it's just not. It's not good.
Hey, Missy.
Hey,
How you doing? All right,
I'm
thank you.
okay.
Yeah, I know. I've been watching everything. It's pretty good. I like that. People need to know about them crazy chicks right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what it is. It's crazy.
I'm not gonna
And they,
say they're gonna get what they
yeah.
need. You know, I wish they would. I wish, you know, people stop saying people is jealous of Brianna's life and all that stuff because nobody's just jealous. She's not doing nothing that I've seen that nobody can't do, to be honest.
Right.
I
Jealous of
mean,
what?
right. What is she doing that someone else can't do? Anybody can be a content creator. I mean, Peach McIntyre's a content creator too, but she have explicit behavior.
Right. You know, and it's the thing is, Brianna, you brought all of this to the internet. So whatever people say, you can't get mad, but this is how narcs work. So you put it there and you're blaming other people. You brought it to the internet. You're a liar. You will always, I don't care if you have 10 more kids, you will still be a narc. You still will be a liar. I mean, in my eyes, ain't nothing going to change with me because I'm still side-eyeing her because of her behavior and what she displays. Then you got your 14-year-old son involved. Now, what if they go in there and start calling your son names? You don't even care. And then she talking, but she's like, whoever, she was paying attention to the comments so well that her son was standing there and she's like saying things. And then she said, oh, yeah, you see that? You see that? My son, 14 years old. What the hell are you talking about?
And that's why you shouldn't have him involved in the internet business, because he's free. You're right.
Right.
He's 14. You said that right. He's 14. He's not an adult. So you shouldn't even had him in the mix of what was going on your live. You know,
Right.
You as a mother should be live in your room doing your live when your kid's not around. Now I know your kids is older now, so they're keeping up with it. Okay, but they're keeping up with drama. But it seems like that 14-year-old son is going to take a lot of her ways. A lot of her ways.
He already doing it now.
Yeah.
He already doing it now.
Rebecca said, I know a lot of people like that. Mm-hmm.
You're involving your child. You think this cute. First of all, little girl, I'm just going to call you a little girl because that's what you display. You come, what is that retarded S that she doing? I got my degrees. Girl, you got a master's degree. That's all you should be shown. You showing all these degrees. You go in every room in the house like we care. We don't care.
No. She don't go in every room. She only in that bathroom now. She in that little small bathroom.
No, but I'm saying that she showed the video with her dad going through the house. But we know, we don't know. But, and then at the end, he got in the, wherever the comments were, she was looking at him. He was saying, blessings to everybody. How y'all doing today? How y'all doing today? He said, even the haters. And I'm like, you see what I'm saying?
Her dad is a narcissist too. That's what I'm trying to say. The dad is just right. She gets the behavior from the dad.
Because at first he did say something like, how y'all doing today? And he was still on that until she said otherwise. And then he was like, yeah, even the haters too. I said, yeah, I ain't even surprised.
She only stay in that little jail cell bathroom to do her videos. You know, that's what she got to do. You know?
Girl, we don't care about your boobs. We don't care about that shit you put on your face. That mask.
She can't really go out like she used to. So that's why she got to do them little videos in that little jail cell, because she got all them goddamn kids and them babies big get to leave them home with other kids. This is what really do nothing.
Right. And this is what I would say. There's women that had kids that's top content creators that had birthday children. You still see them go through every task, sitting on a bed, getting an epidural, doctor talking to them, like every wave. Now that you in the bathroom, you don't hear no kids crying in the background because she had the door closed or whatever. You're not even showing that, listen, y'all, I got to make a bottle right quick. Yeah, I just finished breastfeeding the babies. She ain't saying none of that. That's why I don't think that there's children involved. I just something wrong with her.
No, it is. It really is, because she did do
I'm not even sold yet. I just can't believe it.
Open Book is in the chat. Open Book can confirm that. She did do a lot.
Yeah, I told them kids, it's just that something is off. Something is really off. And I know it's her, but something's really off.
See, maybe anyway, it's Janelle don't want those kids to be shown. Being that she loves Janelle so much.
But the thing, even with him, how dare you open your mouth when you had LaTruth's daughter on your lap? You display behavior. You got a lot of goddamn nerve to even say anything to LaTruth. And if LaTruth want to wear 10,000 pair of glasses like that, he can. He ain't thinking about that little stinking girl. He ain't thinking about that. He just saying, woo, I just want to get my daughter and keep it moving. I know he doing that. But you want to come to the internet and subbing. You've been subbing that man for no. You really need your behind whip. Okay? Enough already. You doing too much and you're following that cult narcissistic leader there. It's a damn shame how you can do that to him, but you did far, far more. And you lucky that there was a different type of dude, because you would have been got your behind waxed. Just for messing around and displaying how you display with baby girl. I don't like him. I don't like her. That Peach, let's move it on. Okay. I'm a mama with 9 kids and a husband. Okay. So what? We don't care. It's your behavior that you say. You got your leg cocked up in the air.
Well, she shouldn't even want to tell nobody that's her husband because
right.
you told your
We
husband
don't
out.
care. You allowed him to cheat. So all of that is on you. Every bit of it. Every bit of it. And there's a lot of enablers that enable her behavior. Like, she ain't nothing to look up to. She was once a good person, but as you see, all the masks fell all over. She tripping over them because look what she displays. She has no respect, none. So who you influence? And then she had the nerve. You give courses of how to be a CC. But then you turn around and you striking people for what? For information that you try to help. If you trying to help the next person, then do that. Don't turn around and strike
I don't think
them.
she's striking them for that. She's striking them for playing her videos.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's other stuff that if you're doing a copyright or you saying you're doing your disclaim that y'all all do, you have every right to show certain things that she's doing.
Well, let's be honest. Anything that any content creator put on their platform, and if they want to come after you, they has a right because that is their content. So no matter what the behavior is that they are exhibiting on their platform, they can come after you because it's like now they got paid for their content. Now you're sitting here using their content and you're getting paid for their content. So
okay, what about
does have a right to do that?
All right.
We know Peach do it because Peach don't let nobody talking about her. We know
right.
Rose do it because Rose don't let nobody talking about her. We know Brianna do it because she don't let nobody talking about her. And the content creator I can name too, but I choose not to name her. They all 4 narcissists. And the only reason I put her in my thing because I choose not to even talk about her. You know, she's not even in this sector. You know what I'm saying? But I could use her too.
Right, but the thing that I was going at is that if you teaching people how to become what you are, and you getting mad because if they made more views than you, what? Like, girl, stop.
No, she don't get mad for that. I can say one thing about Peach. Peach will give people their props. You know.
Well, she hasn't been doing that lately.
No, she did a class last night. She did a class last night. She definitely did a class last night. I don't like the way she did Wood after the class, but she definitely did a class. I give everybody a props when it's due. She never get mad because someone come up. Cause I'm gonna tell you something. Peach got it. She ain't no broke bitch, okay? And I do truly believe.
But she's a hater. She's still not a nice person.
I don't look at her. I don't look at her as a hater. I look at Brianna as a hater. Now I can sum all 3 of these motherfuckers up at one time. I don't look at and they got their own little shit going on, right? And when I say that, I don't look at Peach as a hater. Peach will help you, right? Brianna is not going to help you. Brianna is a hater. Okay, she's not going to help you. Rose will pretend to help you, okay? But if you do her wrong, she'll talk about you. And she'll make everybody she done sent to follow you to get away from you. Okay.
And I look at Peach in another light. And I just say that because from where she came from, whatever she doing. Girl, I just feel like go get some help. Because you do have mommy issues. You do have a lot going on. But this is what you're displaying, and not to take away anything. Maybe something did happen as a child with her mom or whatever. But to get online, you're cussing your mother, you're disrespectful. Then you cussing talking about his mama, everybody. Like, come on, girl. Stop. Who are you really influencing? To be honest, that's not a good influencer.
Well, let me say this. Let me just say this because when I talk about people, I like to be honest about everything. Even if I don't like their ways or how they carry themselves or what they do, I like to be honest. Okay. And I broke everything down in the live yesterday. Peach was a good person. Okay. Peach was a good person. I never looked at her as a bad person. She wore that mask. She wore it very well. Okay. At the time, I don't know how long you've been following, but I was following Peach when she was in the projects, when she came out of the projects, when she started being a content creator, when she started teaching people about how she got out of projects, how she was on WIC, how she was on welfare, and all that stuff. I started liking her content. She was very well smart, very well educated, high-spoken woman. Okay. She been started doing these classes, not now. She's been doing these classes for many years, these classes. And Peach have brought people to make good money on these platforms. Okay, very good money on these platforms. So I gotta keep giving her that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna knock her for that. Now, is she still friends with some of these people? I don't know. But like I said yesterday, it is one girl that was helping her with the classes that I know and I still talk to, okay, from time to time. I don't think her and Peach is friends anymore because I can get by her post that they have fell out. I didn't ask her why they fell out because I didn't want to be involved in it. But she is a big content creator herself. And she was doing classes with Peach because she was helping Peach with the classes. Then maybe she's seen some things she didn't like about Peach. I don't know what it was. But I'm not going to just belittle her and say she was never nothing. She's this, she's that. Because Peach had it going on. Peach even was getting promotion. She was selling stuff. She was doing big shit. Peach even had her license is where she was going out into homes.
I've seen that part.
She was doing all this stuff. Okay. Peach broke down. When I can say I first started seeing Peach break down when her daddy died. That's when all the triggers came out and it went from there. That's when she put her mother on Front Street, the father, the grandmother. Peach was always hurting inside. So what I seen from Peach was holding in all her drama, all her pain, all her hurt. But in the process of doing that, she was triggering. She was being triggered by what people say things.
Certain things, right.
She would not get help for herself. So what she was doing, she was putting her pain off on her husband, which was not fair to the husband because she wanted her husband to feel her trauma from her past, which was not right. Now, don't get me wrong, because the husband also had childhood issues. So that's
I agree. That's why I was saying that what she displays now is totally different from when she started.
Exactly.
That's what I would say.
I agree.
Yeah, I would say that's when she started. She was. I'm not going to say, oh yeah, she's just bad around. I'm just talking about her behavior that she's displaying now.
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like. It's like you're a good person. You know, there's something you see certain things afterwards.
She's not a good person now because of what she was
That's
doing.
what I'm talking about.
In the beginning, she was a good person because I didn't see this in the beginning.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because
She hit it well. Yes.
Okay, she hid her mask very well with all her pain and her hurt and everything very well. Okay, and she's a narcissist. Okay, she would tell you that she will hurt you and she will get you back. She will be straight up front with you.
She said that. She always say that.
Now, in the case of Brianna not going to tell you that she's just going to do it. In the case of Rose not going to tell you that she's going to do it. Okay,
just do it.
Both are sick people. All three of them, they're sick people.
I wouldn't say. All I would say, as Peach, as the gate of being successful and all that she do, she can still remain that is she go get some help because I still that she do have some good qualities. She don't think
nothing wrong with her because
but now that's the problem so now all her display has been versus I got a husband with 7 kids, all that. So now you got 9. You still doing the same behavior, same. So you the one it takes 2 to make kids. So you're just making kids to hold him back, or what are you doing?
Open book.
You got all of this on top of your behind.
Is the baby's home now? Because I see
now both of them. No, the second baby is still in the hospital.
Open book, you is crazy.
And then from what I learned that she wasn't even going to prenatal care. with them children.
Well, let's clear that up because that is
Allegedly. Allegedly, right? But that's what I heard.
She for one, she did not know she was pregnant. So let's clear that up.
Even if you find out, you're supposed to take precaution.
When she found out she was pregnant, she didn't go. Then what happened was she got sick and she started hurting real bad one night. And she went to the emergency room and she said she couldn't hardly walk. So when she got to the hospital, they told her she was pregnant with twins. So that's when she started going to the doctor late. But when they told you the first time you was pregnant, yes, you should have been getting prenatal.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And then I don't understand why. I mean, one of the babies could have been hiding. Matter of fact, it was because that's what she did. Said she
right. She did say that.
She did say one of the baby was hiding, and that could be a very much so possibility. So she did say when they told her she was pregnant, one of the baby was hiding. She did say that. I remember her saying that. So one day she started crying. She went live and started crying. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with her? And she said she was hurting. Right. Her to the hospital. That's when she found out she was pregnant with twins. But after that, I seen no prenatal care after that.
And then I would. This is what I say. You know, you can be married in a relationship, whatever. You know, it's at the end of the day, it is your body, it's our bodies, right? My thing is, you have a spectrum, beautiful child that requires so much of you that when you have other kids, those children there tend to be forgotten. And that's the selfishness when I say when you having more children, the other child is neglected, especially a child that has autism or any type of special needs. You know what I'm saying? They require so much. And you keep having babies, but you want to blame everybody else. It's your body. At the end of the day, I don't think
she's blaming nobody because she have 9 children.
She has been getting, because some of the supporters have been saying that, you know, if it's too much, and you know, maybe you should just lay on having kids. She said, "Oh yeah, but they here," and then she wants to be nasty about it. Come on now, how they don't have a right just to ask a question of you? She don't want to hear that. You know how she get down. And there's some supporters have asked her questions like that. If it's too much for you, why keep having more kids? If this is going to bring more stress on you. Because it does. Because that 5 years old, then you go have another child, you got to start back over. So it's going to be a lot on top of you unless she hire a nanny or whatever her situation.
Well, she just said that she's going to hire a nanny.
So I don't know. I would just say it's just a sad situation. I just hope, you know, I'm praying that, you know, maybe this is the time to sit down and y'all part ways or whatever, because this is just too much. You know, you be with him, then you're not with him. And I know y'all been together a long time, but it's toxic. It's not nice. These kids, even your son asks you, why do you keep staying in this relationship? Your older son asked you that. And she got mad at him because he asked her that question. And I felt that it was fair of him to ask that. And she said, "Oh, you'll know when you're in love one day." He's just asking you a question. He's not asking you how much in love you are. He just noticed some behavior. That goes to
show that her son
is watching.
He's watching. He cares. Which on the behalf of Brianna's son, he's not going to ask Brianna that because you know he's scared and he like the toxicity that his mother brings.
Oh
also.
Yeah, he love it. Yeah. Because she's probably in that house every day. You see what they be doing to me? And then so, you know, with your mama, I can imagine. I can imagine what those kids have to endure. But to put him on live, that wasn't good at all. She's a hot mess.
Well, she did the same thing that Rose did. Rose did the same thing.
Oh, that little boy is too much. They all too much.
What's up, Denise, baby?
That's what I would say with them. It's just sad, like, and they don't care, really.
Hey y'all.
What's up, my girl?
Nothing. I'm,
Hey,
I'm
how you
back. I had
doing?
to step away for a second. I'm sorry. I had to step away for a second. I'm back.
Oh, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good, good.
See,
Good.
Yeah.
I haven't followed her a lot. I actually watched some videos of her yesterday. So I
Mm-hmm.
don't really have a too much of a opinion about her yet. I do see she's a very no tolerance, she don't play,
Yes.
look like.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
but I don't know like a lot of background. But I just think, just with her and the other lady, I haven't really watched the other person that you're talking about. I think I see one video of them, and then even with Bri, or just in general with controversy people, I think, and what I think I did, and why I always say I look at the situation and I judge it as it is. I'm gonna call
Right.
anybody out,
Exactly.
because
Exactly.
I think that, and I think that's the problem with the saga that just passed, and a lot of this stuff is that people take a stance on how they feel about somebody, and if they don't like a person, they're not going to give that person credit for anything. It's what I notice a lot of times. Even if that person is doing something right or does something right, it's always going to be something that's negatively um, pointed out, and
Right.
nothing of the positive pointed out, and vice versa. If they find somebody that, they take a stance and they like a person, they're not going to point out the negative of that person. They're not going
Right.
to
Right.
admit what
Right.
that
This
person
is
is not
yeah.
doing right. So
Right.
I think everybody needs to remember that with Peach, with Bree, with the other lady, with Robert, with a lot of these issues that have went on and are going on, that it doesn't matter if you like the person or dislike the person. If
Right.
that person does something there it's questionable or not or shouldn't do, you know, point that out. And don't be scared to point that out. One thing about me, I'm not scared to point anything out. I don't care if this you're going to worry about these people saying this. I don't care, because I'm going to look at the situation and I judge the
Mm-hmm.
situation for what it is. Because
Right.
you can't say that you are not judging a person and you're mutual about something, but you only say positive things about that person, because nobody's perfect.
Right. You got to do the whole thing across the board.
Right.
I agree
Nobody's
with that.
perfect. And you can always point out something negative, but you
Mm-hmm.
really can tell, in my opinion, you really can tell people who are anti the other person. Let me just say it like that, no matter
Right.
what it is,
Right.
because
Right.
they never point out anything negative about the person whom they
That,
like. And I
that's
look at
how
it
it
like
was.
this, like your opinion is not valid if you can't point that out, because nobody is perfect. Nobody.
Well,
And that's just
I
my
think that's
opinion.
what happened too when they was doing this saga on Justin Dean's ex-wife. And one content creator was covering that, and I used to always be in her bushes, and I think she got upset because she told the girl in the chat one day, she said, listen, we're in this saga together. I know you like Justin Dean, but we need to point out all the behavior from both sides. If we see Cora doing something, we on Cora's side, but we're
Right.
gonna point it out. And she said, we see
Oh,
Justin
you went
Dean doing
out.
something. And I understood what she was saying. So I
Right.
think she got upset with the girl. She got upset with the lady because the lady came in there and she went crazy. She blocked the lady and all that stuff. Girl, I was in the bush.
Right.
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 Right. Right.
And
When you do stuff like that, you become one-sided. And it's just so
that's
crazy
right.
to me
That's
how much
right.
one-sidedness you see.
Mm-hmm.
But then as soon as it pointed out, they claim, oh no, I'm not one-sided. No, yes, you are. Because
Yeah.
nobody
Yeah.
is perfect. And that Justin Dean thing, that's a prime example of another story that where both parents have done questionable things.
Oh yeah,
Both
they
parents.
like any situation, good, bad, and ugly. We can't say ugly and then don't go to the good. It's both. You got to say, well, this started, this is where it is now. So
Right.
that's how I view something. It's like we've been in the saga all together. We don't seen every type of behavior that we can see, especially with narcs, empathy, all across the board. And like I said, my stance has never changed with little girl here because of what she displays, you know. And there's certain things that Rob has that we have displayed that too. So it's not never like if you're wrong, you're wrong. It's always opinion or something you can do to make it better, or something be like, listen, you got to check yourself because something ain't right at what you're doing. I agree with that totally. And I think that that's how you can really see things and move along. Like I said, I just started watching Peach, not a long time, but what I see is what she
But
just
I
doing
want
now.
y'all opinion. Well, I know
Okay.
with Denise, I want you to start watching her closely. But well, I don't know if I can ask Denise that because Denise just started. I want to know out of all three of these women, right?
Yeah.
Who do y'all think the worst of all three of these women? Or do y'all think all three of these women is in the same class?
See, I don't really know much about
See, that's
the
what I'm
other
saying.
two.
What I would say is, like business savvy wise, I would say with Peach is where she started, blah, blah, blah. Brianna has not displayed any of that of helping other people, right? But I see Rose and Brianna is about neck and neck. That's how I feel.
Okay, open book
yeah.
said it's a lot of similarities. Okay, gotcha. I was gonna say that too. It's a lot. It's a lot, all three of them, and that's why I did that live yesterday. A lot. I mean, they got the same behavior. All three of them. Bri and Pete seems to be more on with finances.
Yeah. She, you know, just all I can say is just to see that video with her child, that just was like, I'm like, here we go. There's no change in her. Her father, same thing, because when he was saying, hey people, how y'all doing? And then he turned around and said, yeah, even haters too. I was like, this is where she get this from.
Open book said all three of them have the same mouth and they know how to troll. Fact.
Oh yeah.
Facts.
Yeah. Yep. I agree with that one.
I agree. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Yeah. And they don't know how to treat their men, open book, all three of them. And I know we can agree to that.
But
they
it's
don't
like,
know how to treat their husbands.
but
And
it's
they
like I
all three of them
said,
is very
they
controlling.
enable that. Their husbands enable their behavior as well. They ain't checked, and if they get checked, she gonna check them. You know,
Right.
your
Only
sucker,
one
you know
thing
what?
is different. Okay, open book agreed. Okay, thank you. Now, can y'all agree? Because I can. Only one thing different, right? We know Peach control her husband. We know Rose control her husband. But Brianna could not control the truth. And that's what pissed her the hell off. Because she could not control him the way she wanted to control him. And as Denise said yesterday, she cannot control Booty Boy the way she wants to control him also.
Exactly. She can't.
I never watched Peace. Brittany, please start watching. She's something that she's just like Bri, I'm telling you.
Yeah, honey.
Maybe she's something else. I mean, okay, she still give her classes. Okay, I grant her that. That's a good thing. But what I'm saying, the things that she was doing, it's just it's below the barrel now. Like she just make videos and do like Bri now. She just dance all over the place, shake her ass, shake her stomach, shake her titties. She just all over the place. Like she's definitely having a mental breakdown.
And she be putting them supporters down. So, I make money. So what? Just because you make money, you should still make you a good person. I don't care how much money you make. You're not a nice person. I don't care how much money you make. And that's the first thing she want to throw at somebody. I got money.
Open book. I agree with that too. Open book. I gotta agree because I like to be fair about stuff. I'm like you, open book. I like to be fair. Now, open book feel like I feel. Peach is a nurturer to her children. I gotta give her that. I gotta give her that.
Yeah.
Okay, which instead of Rose and that other gal, Bri, they is more of a sister to their children.
Right.
I gotta be fair. I agree with that. 100.
Oh yeah.
You know, I definitely agree with that.
I do like how Peach take time with her kids. Like she do take them out. She do spend time with them. So I gotta say
Yes,
that.
and I gotta say, now how y'all agree? Because I gotta say, she always on live cooking very healthy, good meals for her children. Her kids just don't Peach. Yes,
Yeah.
Peach just don't eat noodles and all that shit. Peach cook healthy meals for those children. I gotta get
I
that.
like the way. No, it ain't all that healthy, but okay. She still cooks.
I mean, she cooks. She cooks, and
I
her
like
husband
how
cooks
her
too.
husband
He's a good cook.
I love when they both in the kitchen cooking the chicken, and it just looks nice, to
I
have
mean,
them
look.
both in the household,
We
making
gotta
sure
give
the
her credit
kids get
because
food. I love
she
it.
cooks shit that Brianna and Rose would never cook. Okay, she cooks shit that Brianna and Rose would never cook.
Yeah.
Yes, Peach is. Thank you, Auntie Cherry. Thank you. Yeah, she's a very good nurturer to her children. Now, do I think her son needs more time with her sometime alone? I do. She does. Yeah.
You
Peach
do.
and Bri buy food for their children and keep their pantry stocked. Rose had to be forced. Right. Hey, a open book. She had to be forced by the internet.
Right. Probably got them ramen soups in the closet.
Rebecca say with
But
those
Rihanna,
fake
she don't cook
degrees.
no food. Rihanna do not cook at all. That's a shame.
Yes. And I always seen because Peach played a video yesterday. She reposted it. And I remember this video. Peach always had anger towards her mom. Even when they was talking and the mother was saying the children, Peach always had anger towards her mother from her childhood. But she just dealt with her mother. And I remember one time they was in a restaurant eating and Peach was having a conversation with her to try to get her to talk about it. And she did not want to talk about it. I remember that.
But I'm saying with something like that, Peach wanted to speak to her right there on the spot having dinner with her mom. Where they were in the restaurant.
They was in a restaurant sitting there and Peach was
Yeah,
live. But I just feel like this. Okay. When Rose did that live with her mother, I felt like Rose was out of place. She was out of pocket. Okay. Because you did not tell your mom that you was gonna go live and put her on blast like that. And this is what narcissists does. They let her put you on blast. Now, on the flip side, Peach did the same thing. Peach went live, started answering her mother questions, and her mother did not want to answer it. She was trying to fight her mother back what the mother was saying. Okay, I felt like Peach was wrong because Peach, did you tell your mother you was gonna go live? Did you ask your mother, Mom, how you feel about me doing a live? And we discussing things. You understand what I'm saying? So they both was wrong. That's why I say I can sum all three of them at one time. They just
it's almost like you didn't tell your mother, so she's been bamboozled. You know what I'm saying? And then
right, and that's how I felt. She did that. Yeah, she just bamboozled them. You know what I'm saying? Peach,
I don't think that.
Peach don't have a good relationship with their mom at all.
Yeah.
At all. And I thought about that shit one day. I'm like, you know what? All three of these mother suckers is just alike.
Yeah, they are.
I'll do a live on all three of them. I said, because I'm sick of all three of them. I just, hey, it just came to my mind. Like, no, they all three alike. They just.
I said that yesterday. They all three ignorant. Like, all three.
Just very vindictive.
And Peach said, I'm vengeful. I get revenge.
Yes.
She said, I looks for revenge. That's what I do.
Peach will tell you that.
You hurt me and I'm going to hurt you. Just like that.
And she mean that. And now, have Bri ever said that? No. But do Bri does that? Yes.
Yeah, she do it.
She do it silently, quietly. If you hurt her, she will hurt you back.
When she was going through that townhouse, I said, "Look at this nut go." She was like, my degrees, this is a room, oh, girl,
Open
stop."
book said none of them have anything past a high school diploma.
Right, open book. Say that again. I agree.
Oh my God.
I agree. What? And if you got a master's degree, why you showing all the degrees across the wall and then you can't see it because it was blurry? Girl, sit down on some couches, please. All three of y'all. Y'all need a session ASAP.
Yeah.
One to
And
one.
Brianna is close to her father because her father, he's on her bandwagon with her.
Yeah, he condones it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I be saying condone behavior. That's what condone behavior is. Because, yeah, he was talking nice, but then they had to flip into, well, and the haters too. I said, oh my
Yeah,
God.
you're right. She is Auntie Cherry. She's very open. But it's just I think what gets me is how she said. You know, her words will hurt you. Her words will hit you below the belt. Peach can say some
You talking about
very
Peach? Oh, I was about
nasty,
to say.
harsh things. And that's what narcissists does. Narcissists love to hit below the belt. They love to hurt you. And that's what Peach does. That's what she does.
But look
Yeah,
how
because
she
them
be making
videos
her
I seen.
faces.
Woo.
She make them faces and that nose just go up and turn and open. I'm like, Lord, this girl.
What you say, Denise?
I said them few video. I told you I looked at a couple videos last night and I said, woo. I'm
Yeah.
talking.
Woo child.
I she
know
got a
you
mouth
said, woo
on
that.
her. Mm.
Yeah, she's something else.
She is.
She is a piece of work. That's what I'm saying. Is that, and they be and the supporters. Oh yeah, Peach, and then, especially with Brianna, she loved it. As soon as somebody says she pretty or something, she just so yeah, girl, and she's smiling. But somebody say something bad, she brings them to the front, and she even takes a picture of them and say, "Oh, I know you ain't talking about nobody."
Well, that's what narcissists do. They love to shame you.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, they love to shame you because, the videos I
Yeah.
played today. Did you hear the lady said they think they're better than everybody? They think they look better than everybody. They think they got more money than everybody else. You know what I'm saying? They love to shame people all the time. That's why I don't understand how her supporters always want to say everybody's jealous of Bri. Nobody is jealous of her. Nobody. That little money she got, it's a lot of people can probably making that just by working, not even being a content creator.
Right. And why would you want to be jealous of your behavior? Like, for what?
Yes, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Yes.
Yeah. Jealous. Girl, please.
No one is jealous of her.
Of what? Anybody can put a tank top and show their breasts. Like, anybody can put something on their face, whatever. Like, you act like you're doing something great, brave. Girl, don't sit down. Stop it. Don't take care of them kids. Do something.
Yeah.
Make a bottle or something. Even if you're in the back, put a little diaper shirt, a blanket on you to show you feeding your child, you interacting. You don't want to show their faces, but you can still interact with them.
And Peach show you her whole life. Like,
that's what I like about her transparency with her children. Not that say everybody got to show their kids, but girl, these people pay $9.99. I really don't feel sorry for them because why would y'all? And y'all ain't see no proof of nothing. But just to support her, and look, everybody that want their money back, block list. So why y'all mad again?
I guess they will see him when she feel like she want to show him. They'll see him then for the $10.
Yeah, the lady was like, "Oh, I try to text her so many times. She blocked me on everything." But that's what she gonna do. She's a liar. That's why. I don't trust nothing about that girl. I'm sorry. I would never.
Yeah, they are definitely just alike. Yeah, they are.
No.
It's sad.
too much.
Yeah, them supporters they gonna get that money, but they probably I don't know if they want it back or not because some of them so crazy anyway. So you know.
Well, I know that one lady, she wanted her money back. She
Oh
said,
really?
"You didn't show these kids or nothing, and we bought things and whatever." And I'm like, she's sitting over there laughing at y'all.
So what
They
lady
all
was
gonna
it?
laugh at you. They all gonna laugh at you. She laughing at y'all. Alan gave her support. What? What? That's what y'all want to support? Her beauty.
Bri,
Ouch.
Bri, Rose, and Peach. They are all bipolar.
Yeah.
They are bipolar. Yes, they're definitely bipolar. 1 minute they nice, next minute they flip the fuck out.
Yep.
They bipolar.
Yeah, something ain't right.
Yeah. That comes with their narcissistic ways.
Then you on the porch, bending your behind over, twerking, then bend your ass. Oh, I said, what the? Then she had one baby, I think was in her chest. I'm not sure, but I was like, wow, girl, too much. They all in their 30s, right? They ain't 40 yet.
Yeah, all three of them in their 30s.
Yeah, they're in their 30s.
All three of them in their 30s with bad behavior. Don't teach their kids shit.
Nope.
Okay. Poor content creators, narcissists, bipolar. They curse people out.
Yeah.
They shame people. Yeah.
Especially Brianna, like, want to take people to court and all. Girl, if we don't go sit down somewhere, I should be taking you to court.
She need to stay out of them casinos losing her money.
Yeah, she blew
Because if you lose your
$80,000.
money like that, you're hurting your children because you get behind in your bills, then you get evictions letter. So you're hurting your children. Your children are the ones going to suffer from that. Okay.
Yeah.
Why do you want your children to keep moving from house to house? Because of your negligence. Because you want to go to casino and you want to spend your money. And then you win and sit there and spend it all back. And then you walk out there with eviction letter. I mean,
within 6 months. Within 6 months, you have 2 evictions. That's not cute. And you lost $80,000. She was counting all the money. I was like, wow. Yeah, she lost all that money. And she said, yeah, now my husband said, I can't go to no casino. I can't do this. But when he get ready to go, she gets mad. Like, girl, stop. Stop trying to control everything. But you allow, and I don't think he always going to casino. I think he out there doing what he do, what he been doing. Because you allow it. You telling him be back by 12.
I don't understand, like, how could you even keep letting her have babies like that, knowing she was unstable? This girl is unstable. But we know that allegedly people said that he has mental illness too. A mental illness. Yeah. They say he had that from a child. And I mean, if you basically look at him, you can tell something is wrong. That it is all good. You can definitely tell.
And but like at the end of the day, like I was saying before, it's still your body. And if you can't do this, why bring more lives into the world? And you struggling as you struggling, you know, even with all the money, you always telling people, I make a lot of money. But look how you living. You ain't living
I also felt like she don't have no discipline in her house. I feel the same way with all three of them. Neither one of them have discipline in their life. Like Peach kids eat anywhere in the house. Okay, they eat anywhere in the house. Food all over the bed, all over the floors. Her nice furniture getting messed up. They eat all of her chairs. Then the husband got to do all the cleaning, which the husband is a good cleaner. I'll give him credit for that.
He does clean.
Yeah, he's a good cleaner. But those kids, those babies should have high chairs, sitting in a high chair, eating those high chairs. Or they got the things out here now that you can put in your chair to make the baby high chair a little taller to the table. Okay, Those
And
children
then
should be eating all around the house. Those children should be in their own bedrooms at night. They should not be
yeah,
sitting with you and your husband, all y'all in the same bed.
that's right. Makes no
Okay,
sense.
it just don't make no sense.
Mm-mm. Like I was saying with her, with the other set of twins, and the same thing. He was eating, like she went to McDonald's like 6 o'clock in the morning, where they're not really open at that time. You know, she still had to wait it, but she wanted to give them breakfast food. But the same child was in the bed eating the food, and I'm looking like, you allow your child to be laying down eating in the bed is
And then
more
on top of
dangerous.
it, Peach have good taste, right?
Yeah, she do.
When it comes to decorating her house, I will give her that. But in the mix of that, she cannot keep that doggone house clean. The kids
No.
just eat everywhere. She fixed her daughter room up so nice and beautiful. Then
Yeah.
I don't know what happens.
Because there's a content creator I follow. She's in Atlanta. She got 9 kids, but what happened is her and her husband got custody of her husband's aunt kids because the aunt had passed away, and so they adopted the 3 kids plus her kids. She got 2. All together is 9 of them. And I tell you, she get up in the morning. She wakes them up. She goes in the room. She rolled them curtains up. They all get up and make up their beds. They all clean up before they leave. She interacts. She has them taking the boys got their room. She has
How
them
many
getting up.
children?
She got dreads in her hair. Her name is Carmen Strobes. Carmen Stroder, and she's in Atlanta. She's a content creator, but I just love how she said, and she be cursing through her thing, but it be making sense. She be like, yeah, I'll be getting these kids up out the bed. They gonna clean up. They gonna do this. They gonna vacuum. And you see the kids vacuum. You see the kids sweeping when they eat. They all sit down and eat together. She do not put. She run that household, and I'm like, wow. I like the
Because there's no
husband work.
sense in going out here spending all your money, making
Yeah,
yourself a comfortable, nice, beautiful place, and then the kids just tear up everything. Like
that part.
the last house that she had, that little girl bedroom was beautiful.
Gorgeous. Yes,
Oh
it
my
is.
God.
A
Now
beautiful room.
she
Yeah.
left that house. I don't know what happened to all that stuff that girl had in the room, because the apartment she have now, she only have like 2 bedrooms. So what happened to all that furniture? Like, I don't understand why they keep putting your money out here. And
Yeah,
I mean,
and
it's
it is, and it's sad because she don't manage her money properly because she got an addiction to the casino. You know what I'm saying? And she makes good. She do make good money. I can't even laugh. She makes great
yeah,
money,
I think
but
Peach
she
make
don't know
good
how to
money.
manage it. She don't manage her money properly. But you should not have 2 evictions within 6 months' time. What? You ain't got no property? I know you have a lot of money, but all the money went to the casino. How
I
many
mean, I
evictions
remember
are
when
you
she
going to
had
keep doing? Yeah.
I remember when she had rented out a apartment and she was doing her work out of it. That house was beautiful. She fixed that thing up nice. She had, you know, rented out a little apartment, and that's what she was doing all her blogs at, editing, her live,
Yeah.
her classes, teaching people. Wood used to come over there. That's when she had the nanny. When the nanny was at the house taking care of the kids and all that stuff, and Wood would come and keep the house clean. She bought a big screen TV for the front room. She fixed that house up nice. That was her business house.
Mhm.
I don't know what happened to
Yeah,
all that
I
furniture. I
saw
don't
a
know why
part of it. I
I
saw a
don't
part
know.
of it.
Because I
Yeah.
used to always be in her bushes. And sometimes
Yeah.
I would come out and talk to her and stuff like that. I don't know what happened with that. I mean, it was really nice. That was a 1-bedroom apartment she had. And
Yeah.
that was what she do her workout. She had bought a desk. She did everything out of there. Everything out of that house.
So sad that it's just she fell all the way off, and it's bad. Cause girl, you make good money. She ain't no dummy. I ain't gonna say that about her. But her priorities is all jacked up. It is.
Yeah.
She can do better. It's just sad. It's not. That's a blessing.
Oh
You
yeah.
be
Oh, you remember
grateful.
that too, Miss Cherry? Yeah, she had another place. She had another place. And that was a one bedroom. It was fixed up so nice. That's when she had that pretty ass green furniture. Oh my God, it was so nice. It was beautiful in there. She can decorate. I give her that. She know how to decorate. She know how to fix up stuff very neat. It's just when she get it, she can't keep it clean. And she would tell you that. That's why Wood does all the housework. Wood does the laundry. Wood was doing everything in
Yeah.
that house. And she was treating that man like shit. You know why? Wood would have to
She
do everything
just
in that house if she would start teaching those kids to clean behind themselves, clean their own rooms, have them kids have chores in that house. Wood wouldn't have to do all of that. Those kids, her kids, old enough to know and to have chores.
even the other lady, the Henry family, I love her, her husband, and them kids. They pray, they cook, they clean, they don't play.
Yeah,
The
but
mama don't
he
play.
just did a video yesterday when he went out
I
shopping
love. He just
and
cut
cooked
the
for the
baby.
family.
It was curling the baby's hair with stuff.
Yeah,
Just so
I just
cute.
watched one of their videos yesterday.
Yeah, so like it's so many that's doing, and it's no excuse, Peach. You. That's a blessing to have that. You were
That's what I said.
able to make that.
All three of them, they got content. They just don't know how to use it. Like
Right.
get up and show them kids how to clean.
That's right.
Make their beds, vac them, sweep the floors, dust.
Right. It's even some nice cleaning videos that I admire. I love to see people doing that. It's just something about that. Like to just be transparent. This is what I do, cleaning the whole house. It's just beautiful. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I like. You know, I like positivity. But she can't get mad because you keep coming to the internet, and this is what y'all displaying. So you can't get mad at people when y'all are displaying the behavior. It's y'all. It's not us. It's not other people. You
Only
know.
thing Rose do is go live. She don't know how to cook. That's why she don't cook. Bri don't know how to cook. That's why she don't cook. Okay, girl, do some cooking.
Right.
Show some
Right.
cleaning. I mean, you ain't gotta do it for me. Just do it for your own content. Like, you know,
Right.
so people, you got something going on in your life. Like, what is the hell is going on with y'all too?
Yeah. Nothing's going on that's positive. Because, you know, they got all this extra evil energy. That's why they can't move where they want to move, because look what they display every day, all day.
Yeah.
So, you know, I only can just wish them well, all I can say, but you know.
And I know Rose
no
and
healing
Brianna, they
ain't
can't
but
cook damn.
without no healing, this is what they're going to portray over and over and over again. This is what is going to happen. It's a pattern. So, you know, sometimes you got to insert your children, especially when they're small. Even it be kids smaller than that want to help put laundry in the room with the mama or something, because you start showing them that. So when they eating, get them a cloth, put the little thing on there and let them wipe the table. You involve them. There's enough of them that should be doing something. Even the oldest brother, take the siblings that's under him, take them and show them how to clean the bathroom. Do the living room. Wash the dishes. It should be a team where he's washing it and then she could be drying and putting stuff in the dishwasher, whatever. It can work. But you got to work
Rose, she put her baby and let him eat with his hands, food falling all down his clothes, all over the floor. Just nasty.
Right.
Nasty.
I just have a problem with, I'm OCD anyway. So for something not to be clean, it's going to bother me, because I'm going to look at it and be like, yo, this, you know, I can't do it. And when my kids were small, this is another thing. If your children have a room, not to say they should be in their room, but how's the whole house tore up and they got their own room? It doesn't make any sense. Don't let them be playing in the living room, jumping on the couch and
Right. And one thing I say about
show them
kids,
that.
Rose kids jump all over her
Kids never was like that.
She have no control over those kids. Those kids just jump all over the furniture, flip over the furniture, flip over the beds. Rose have no control over their children. Okay, I wish a child of mine would have ever did that in my house. Okay, you have to teach those children to respect your place So when they go to someone else's place, they know how to respect their place also. That's
Yeah.
why when Rose went out of town that time to see her grandmother, if you seen that live, when her kid was in someone in their sister house, jumping all over the sister furniture, because that's
Girl,
what they do at home.
I had a, well, rest in peace, a good friend, and her sons, it was 5 of them. 3 were very high functional, and girl, one day they came to my house. You should have seen me sitting just watching everything. I said, listen, they start just, no, can't do that. She's like, I said, no, but she, it's like they were taking over her, but you can't do that here. I was like, oh, girl, it's time for you to leave. She's like, you want me? I can't do that. I cannot do that. And I swear, I went to her house one day. I didn't stay for 10 minutes. She was like, you ain't gonna stay long. I couldn't do it. It was out of pocket. And the kids were like an age where they could help her. And she's running, they don't ever do that because you ain't showing them. And I couldn't do it. I was like, I don't know. I just I got OCD bad, especially with that, with the cleanliness and all that. Get somebody else to do that. I can't do that. And I know when we were raised, we weren't allowed to sit in the living room. You remember back in the days, grannies put that plastic on the couch.
On the
I never
couches,
understood that. Yeah, I never understood that. But at the time, you know, we young, so we don't know. You sit on there stuck to your behind and stuff because you know sat there too long. But I know being raised on grandma, aunties, we weren't allowed.
Yeah, I remember that plastic.
Now, if we had Christmas and certain holidays, yeah, we couldn't. Man, we would get in trouble. Grandma give you that side eye, like, don't you got a room? So that's how I knew all of that. For my kids, you ain't playing in the living room. This ain't the living room for that. Go in your room. I ain't tolerating that mess. And and that's why I say whenever Brianna needs a bigger house, wow, she ain't gonna clean it.
Yeah, because Rose don't even keep that big house clean. Every time she go live, it's stuff all over the floors, the tables, the sink is dishes. Like, oh my God. Like
you should, like you were saying yesterday about the amount of space that she needs. And I was saying, like, yeah, I agree, but she ain't gonna keep it clean, so let her stay where she at. Because you're gonna go get a house and you ain't gonna clean. Because there's no way, especially that first house that Robert had. That is crazy. That house would have been decked out.
Yeah.
You know, but if you ain't teaching your kids, they will tear up. You gotta show them that. Nope. When you say go clean up your room, when you see the kids take their toys out, don't let them walk past it. Excuse me, get this up. Go put it in your room.
My daughter do that to her 4-year-old.
Man, please. I'm telling you, because by then they don't have 1,001 toys in the living room. And they ain't playing with all of them.
Yeah. My daughter tell her, take that stuff and go in your room.
That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Like, come on, you got to teach them that. Ain't no way you got little small kids, real small newborn kids, and your house is dirty. It doesn't make no sense. That's BS. They got rockers, they got a bassinet, they got a crib. They ain't crying, lay them down, entertain them, put that little thing that you put over them so they can look at it, twinkle, twinkle, little star, put them in a chair where they bouncing. You can still clean your house. So those are excuses to make, because I seen women do that. I got all these kids. Girl, please. I had 4 and I still ran my ship like it was supposed to be ran. I had special needs kids, so I had 2 home attendants. They kept the house clean. They kept their area clean. They washed their dishes. They took it. My kids were taken care of, but my house was still clean. Sometimes the home attendant would say, do you want me to clean? And she'd be like, I was like, ain't nothing to clean, but if she wanted to wash a dish or 2, I would just let her, you know, because they were very good to me and my children. But they would come here and be like, "Can I?" You know, they would want to watch TV and enjoy with me. I said, "No, just go do what you got to do with my kids, and when you finish, you can come and chill out." You know, I wasn't on them like treating them like slaves. No, you don't do that. But I had a bond. I had a special bond with one of, well, a few of the home attendants. But the last one I had her for the longest. And she was a sweetheart. Like, one day I came in, she cleaned the bathroom. I said, the bathroom was clean. She said, no, I didn't have nothing to do. So I just left it alone. So, you know, but I just can't have nastiness. Like, no, I can't cook. If the stove is a mess, I can't cook. If there's dishes in the sink, no, I can't take a shower. That bathroom got to be spotless and clean. I got OCD bad. That's what I like. In the morning, I believe every woman, make your bed up. You already made your room up by making your bed up. Throwing your pillows in there, air out your bed, open the window, spray it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You got to do these things.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know we can show them, you know, because we clean. You know what I mean? But some of these, look at the blessings. You steadily get homes, townhomes, and y'all can't keep your house together. That don't make no sense. It really don't. So I'll be on them in here. Nah. Clean up. Clean your dishes. You brought that in there, clean that up. Get the garbage out. I do not play. And I believe at a certain time the kitchen should be closed. And I still do that. Because people won't come later on, want to throw a dish in there. The energy it took you to wash the dish, to bring in the sink, you couldn't wash and put it in the drainer. Okay. I will flip out. So you just got they just got to show their children, but I just believe it's just too late. Like, I just don't know. I don't know.
Girl, me neither.
We ain't no great, y'all ain't no great influencers. You're just not. They're not. But there's so many content creators that really be doing the damn thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Show what you do. You know, they show the morning, they show brushing their teeth, they show kids not exactly, you know, taking showers, but they, you know, kind of blur that out. But there's so many beautiful content creators. They just be doing the damn thing, especially on this YouTube. Everybody got a channel. Everybody just, you know, and it's beautiful to see that. Not all that drama, just cleaning your house. Go on the vlog. Go outside. Get some air. On vacation. Do a vlog. It's just so much to do. It really is. You know, I'll be in the street. So I can't wait to that. I hope that, what is it that is an early spring and we see the groundhog? How that work?
I don't think the groundhog saw his shadow. I don't know how that shit go, Lisa.
I gotta find out.
I gotta find out myself, girl. I done lost track.
Girl, I'm ready to hit the street. I've been in the house. I'm like, oh my God, I gotta get outside. I need some air, but it's slushy and rainy outside in the snow.
Yeah,
snow today. Yeah, but yeah, got to do your thing. Like they don't know how blessed they are. They really don't. Y'all are really blessed.
I can't stand a dirty place. Me neither. I hate a dirty apartment.
Girl.
I can't stand it. It ain't what you got, it's how you keep it clean.
That's right. I don't care if it's the smallest apartment. You can make it happen. Fold your clothes, get some hangers, get some stuff. You can do it. I can't. I'd like to change the ambience of the living room, whatever theme that I'm going for. I like to change it up. You know, make your house look comfortable for you. Ain't nothing like coming in the door, pushing your door, and your house is nice and clean. You know, not every day everybody's house won't be clean. You know what I'm saying? We have our days you don't feel like doing it. You know, but don't say, "Oh, you got these kids. This is why you can't do." Stop. When kids stop me, and I have special needs kids, so there's no way I had to keep their stuff clean because they had machines, they had things, so they had to have a clean space. I ain't tolerate that.
Mm-hmm.
They all used to say, "Oh, you want me?" I'll be like, "No, it's okay." No, especially in their room. I would even get the Lysol things to just wipe everything because in houses sometimes you do get a lot accumulate of dust. So you gotta dust every day, just about.
Yeah, that is so true.
Yeah, you do.
It's aggravating, but you got to do it.
Yeah, gotta do it. You really gotta do it. 'Cause some people they just don't care. Like, okay, if it's nasty, I can't do it. I will back up out the house. Like, okay, I'll talk to you later. No.
Girl, I stand up by the wall and I make some type of excuse to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, yeah, I know, but my OCD is like I can't do it. It will not do it. Nope, 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 nope.
And I
Even when
can't
I go out,
stand when people say that Brianna was the best woman that Robert had. Stop that shit.
that
She is
is a
not the
damn
best.
cat
She's the
lie.
worst. She the worst woman that
Right.
he had. That man probably wish he would have never married her ass.
That man, even when he was sick, he was cooking, cleaning, and all of that. We've seen that. So they can say that for somebody else. Robert was so sick and he still got himself together. And that's when she should have been going in and making sure that he had everything he needed. Especially he's a decent man. But see, she's not a decent person, decent woman. So, it's like a girl being with a grown man. Yeah, girl. She's not, it never was wife material. Never was. Then when I guess she thought Robert was like him telling her something. I'd rather have a man. He ain't putting his hands on me. He ain't cussing me out, but he's giving me advice to say we could do it this way, whatever.
No, what
Yeah.
was she controlled Robert
Robert
so
control. Yeah.
she controlled Robert so much until Robert got sick of the abuse.
Yeah.
And narcissists don't like when you put your feet down from their abuse. They don't
Nah,
like that.
no.
And
Nope.
that's what happened. So she's not the best wife. She's the
No.
worst woman that any man will want in their goddamn
Right.
life. So let's be honest, her
Yeah.
supporters. She's
Yeah.
the worstest man. Okay.
Yeah.
She ain't do John Boy like that because John Boy ain't gonna stand for it.
Right.
Okay. So that's what her supporters need to know. He's not gonna stand for that.
Yeah. I think like they said, Robert made mistakes. We know that. And I feel like you checking his phone every day, but he did allow it. So that's what she was used to. So that's why it's gain of
And
control.
he
Where he
only
going?
allow it to show her that I love you and I'm not cheating
That's
on you
right.
because he knew in the process of that she was mentally unstable, she was insecure, she had
Mm-hmm.
low self-esteem, and he knew she didn't love herself. So he knew that she had a lot of issues going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he tried to make her feel good, happy, have confidence in herself, but
Right.
that still did not work.
And look, if you go back, all the skits was a manifestation of what she was
Well, I've
really.
been said that, and when the saga first started, I said that.
Yes, I always said that. I'm
Everything
like,
we put out
yes,
came to reality.
yes, everything, all the skits, all the behavior, all the insecurity videos, all the you went this, even the one where he went to the studio and she's telling him to call him when she get there, like he's in the studio. But this man is opening his door, putting that key in, coming home every day, shopping, cleaning, cooking, and teaching those kids some stability, taking y'all on vacations, dressing y'all, everything. So you can't say nothing. What is now is hurting because you fumbled many balls. And that's why you mad. And you still creeping on Robert Pages. Just watching everything Robert did. They don't stop anywhere. She's a spy. I ain't looking at her stuff. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Because the starting things for you to know you went on his page. Because you're watching, you're lurking. and he ain't paying you no attention. Great job, Mike Robert. Keep going. Keep going forward. Yeah, you gotta be watching somebody's phone every day. Nah, it's a wrap. I ain't got time for that.
Ooh,
I know.
child.
I seen it. I did it one time, but I had reason to do it. Not to say it was right, but the things he was doing, I said I had to get in this phone. Something is up. Thank God. He could have gave me something. I could have been HIV, anything. But thank God I ain't sleep with that man for almost 4 years. Thank you, Jesus. He pulled me out of that. Thank God. That's all I can say. So sometimes you find what you need, but I wasn't really a snooper, like keep looking in your phone. No, it's just so many things that happen. And I said, something ain't right, because everything was off that day. I said, thank you, God, because he exposed what was exposing to be. And I'm so grateful. This nigga was with mad women. Yeah. So it feels so good to be free and single.
Yes,
Thank you.
indeed.
I'm at peace. I feel so good. So I ain't got to cook. I ain't got to wash them nasty toes. I ain't got to do nothing. Wash your clothes. I ain't got to do nothing. Not even your sorry hand in marriage. Thank God. So, these are all lessons. Everybody got to wake up, stay woke with these ninjas. And as these ninjas stay woke with these narcissistic women, y'all got to stay woke too. It's not a one-sided thing here. Great
Yeah.
live today, and I'm glad you had that therapist up here talking. That was beautiful. She hit on everything.
Thank you.
And you hit on those things too, as well. You did that. You been called a lot of things. But I'll always give you your flowers, because it is what it is. You started this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You right, Brittany.
Everybody gotta stay woke. Don't share nothing. Don't. If they say how many kids, just tell them you ain't got nothing. Well, you can say you got 10. If you got 10, say 2. Change it up.
Yeah.
Don't let them get too nosy. And you go on a date, your first date, take a friend with you. Y'all sit at another booth or something. I did it, and I got out of it. So do it. But these niggas, they got mental problems. They got childhood trauma. And when they come out of jail, they don't want you. They might want to run back there because they left their little boyfriend back there behind. Yeah. Tell me to do that. Pen paling you, telling you what you want to hear. As soon as they get out, they don't know you. They might sleep with you 1 or 2 times and they out. Or they're using you to have a place to stay.
Yeah.
Yeah. When it's cold, they want something to hold on to. Summer, spring, you don't find them. They want to be sprouting in the street. Let them. Don't tell them about your finances. Don't tell them nothing. Don't even bring them to your house. Straight up. You got to be done with them, like finito. Negative, 0, negative. Just like that.
Yeah. You just got to be careful nowadays. Just like Britt said. You really do.
But look at all the stories that you done showed where these women think it's love. And a lot of them, I can't say all, because there's some that just want somebody to love them. You know what I'm saying? So they ignore a lot of stuff because they thinking, oh, he loved me. I was there. You was there. And I know a lot of women been there. Just like a lot of men trusting some of these women. So it's all about awareness, and we got to stay woke. We really do.
Well, I'm going to get up off here so I can eat my dinner. It is 5 o'clock.
Oh, wow. Oh,
It's a little after 5.
Okay.
And
Oh
tomorrow is
wow.
Friday, y'all. Yep.
Girl, the week went by.
Yeah, I got
Oh
my
God.
weekend coming up.
Yeah.
Cause I gotta do some laundry tomorrow before I go live. So I'm gonna get up early and do some laundry.
Oh, okay. Is a laundry nearby you?
Yeah, in my basement.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool, Missy.
But when I need to wash my blankets, I don't use the I like to go to the bigger machine to
Right.
put my
Yeah, of
to
course.
put my comforters in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like that.
Mhm. Oh, that's good. You call me now, nobody.
Yeah, I'm gonna find me something to eat. I had me a salad for lunch, so I don't know what I'm gonna
Oh,
eat for
that's
dinner.
good. You been doing your smoothies?
No, not really. Hey, Miss
We
D
gonna
and
get you
Chat,
back
I'm
on
on
these
the road
smoothies.
going doing some groceries pickups. Oh, okay, baby. You have a blessed day too. Drive safe.
Gotta
Brother
get you
G,
back
have
on
a
these
great day.
smoothies.
You have a
Gotta get
great
the
day too, Brittany, and thank you for being interested, interacting in the chat. I appreciate that so much from you, Brittany. Thank you so much.
Okay, chat. Love y'all. All y'all.
Yep. So tomorrow, Friday, I will see y'all tomorrow.
Okay. All right, later.
Okay, so thank you for coming up. Thank you too, Janine. I will chat with you guys tomorrow. See what I'm bringing to this table tomorrow.
Right?
It's always a challenge every day.
That's right. Amen. All
Yeah.
right, later. Love
Okay.
you.
Okay, I love you too.
Okay.
Okay, chat. I will definitely see you guys tomorrow. You guys be blessed. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Stay and always remember to keep God first. And I will definitely see you guys tomorrow. Peace and love.